Hey, sports fans, Coach Nick here, and welcome to B-Ball Breakdown. As promised, we are here live watching the Thunder Rockets game. I have John Henson with me.
Yeah, man. Finally.
Yeah. Sorry, we had some technical things we had to iron out.
I was a little concerned about it.
I thought you were going to leave, actually.
I thought about it, but you haven't busted out the salad.
Right now. Oh, that's true. You keep the food from you and you don't leave yet.
Yeah.
Right. So what we have here, we have the Thunder are up by 3. And it's just good. The closer they keep this game and the closeout game, the better chance they have of winning this.
I feel like we could just go to a game of horse between Russ and the Beard and just call it a night.
I would like to see that. I think that the Beard could win the game of horse, don't you?
Well, yeah, it depends if everybody's going to box out for Russ.
Oh, yes, that is true. Or will he start doing like jumping from the dotted line, dunks, and that kind of stuff?
I'm telling you, dude, he has been a lot of fun to watch in this game.
Hey, look at that. I'm on my iPad too, and if I just turn the volume down, then we won't even hear it. So this is great. We got a lot of people here, and we'll answer your questions as well. We have a multicam, complete studio set up here with 4 cameras going. Hey, Kingston, why don't we show them a little? Let's go a little around the horn here and give them a little taste of what we can do here in our B-Ball Breakdown studios.
There we go. Oh, look at me. I'm following you.
Yeah, and then there is James Harden with a big triple here.
Oh, look out.
Oh, sloppy audio. So, would you invite Russ to a party?
Well, all right, let's get right into it, because obviously there are those who feel that you take issue with Russ. Do you want to, seeing as this may be the last game of Russ's season, do you want to clear the air and just talk about your feelings about Russ?
I mean, we could. I mean, I'm on a couch. That's also very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is sort of a time to get it all out. Have you guys have you had some issues? Is there a reason behind your... I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just tell me what you think the fans' perception is, and is it correct? And if so, if not, why?
You know, well, I'm almost trying to think, should we talk about that like halftime?
All right.
Where we have a little bit of time to breathe while we're waiting here. And,
let's tee it up. Everybody knows what's coming at halftime.
Yeah.
You're going to cry, and we'll have your Oprah Winfrey moment.
I'm going to be rocking in the corner back and forth quietly, yes. Because, it'd be kind of fun if we talk a little bit about what's going on in the game, for right now. How does this sound? How does everything look for you guys? Everything good? Give me some hearts. Let me know what's happening here on the Periscopes. We're also going live on Facebook Live and YouTube. All
so much technology.
Yeah. Yes, everything looks good. It sounds like from Bug and B. Awesome. Here, let's do this, guys. There you go. Press that button and it turns it off. Let's all press that share button at the same time and break Twitter. Let's try that, can we? Let's do that.
How do we do this?
You press. There's a button that says share, and then you can choose
share
between
broadcast.
Shitter. And then you can call it whatever you like, although this is kind of a wacky looking...
Share on Twitter. Here we go.
Post. Let's see what happens there. Yes. Oh, it even tells me that I shared myself. I shared myself on Periscope.
I like to share myself virtually every day I get a chance since I've been about 14.
Yeah, at least once a day. Yes, thank you, everyone. Jay Angeron's retweeted. That even tells me who's doing this. And we also want to give a shout out to Kingston back there, who's got the fancy finger work going on the technical directing side, switching the angles. So, all right. What did I miss? I was sitting there running around, my hair on fire, getting all the mics and all the cameras set up while you just sat there.
I think sort of a little bit what you would expect. It's a bit of a tight game so far. I like watching Russ play from a physical perspective. I feel like every time he touches the ball, it's kind of electric. I feel like
it took courage to admit that. Actually,
I can understand the feeling that maybe he might not be the best thing for a team sport.
Right. That's very well said, because I don't want to take away from his incredible athletic ability and the sheer breathtaking power that guy has, right? But when you boil it down, you know what it's like. When you have like a big heavy metal band, they strip down to Unplugged, and you realize they don't really have anything going on. Like it's when you unplug, when you go down I want the acoustic version of Russ. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, no, I get you. I mean, the people are making the case that he's been setting his teammates up so far this game, but yeah, I mean, it feels like you're watching. It's like a comic book hero when you're watching him, which is what makes it fun. But as a basketball purist as you are, I can understand that. With a little bit of love to some more team play and some more fundamentals, it would take it to a new level for you.
Right. I mean, like, when you watch, you know what it's like when Russ brings the ball up into like a post up and no pass, he just kind of shoots it and misses. That's kind of like the guy who brings like a bottle of wine.
Like Carmelo Anthony when he brings up the ball.
You know what? That was amazing how long it took you to bring up a Knicks player. I admire your restraint.
Had a little bit of flashback.
It's kind of like when people go to Harvard, it takes them like maybe 2 minutes before they mention that they go to Harvard. I'm impressed.
I went to a little school in Connecticut. Maybe you've heard of it, Yale.
Right, and that's where did you go to school? They don't say Harvard. They'll say I went to. Where is Harvard? I'm too dumb to know where it is.
Yeah.
They say where it is, they don't say what school. Anyway, but here's the thing. It's the guy that brings a bottle of wine to the party and then proceeds to drink the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of like when Russ brings the ball up, no pass, whatever, 10 dribbles, and then just shoots
Gotcha.
it.
Well, look, I mean, you got to figure he's going to lay it all out here, right? I mean, it's not like he's going to be shy, I think, as I said earlier, Kobe took 50 shots in his last game, and Russ's response was, hold my beer.
Yeah. Now, a nice little turnaround from Adams. A guy who's got a nice little touch in there and can feed off of Russ when he penetrates nicely. Have we seen Enes Kanter yet?
Look at Adams. I just am impressed with the tattoo thing. I loved him in Moana. I didn't know he had a singing voice, but I think he's got a real big career in front of him.
Who knew? Absolutely. He's a sailor by trade, really. I think is what it is, but with a nice jump hook. So we love hearts, by the way. Let's see some more hearts. Like John is entranced by the hearts. Yeah. And if you don't know, if you're just joining us, thanks. This is our B-Ball Breakdown Live second screen. I mean, have we looked at the shot behind our couch so we can kind of get a handle of us being, at the game together in one shot? I don't know if you maybe can catch part of my head here as we'll set this shot up, but Adams can sing. Yeah, Adams was in Moana. There we go. So you can. Oh, you know what? We got someone's big head is in the middle of the screen. That's okay.
Oh, look at that big old meaty melon of mine, man.
We'll adjust it later, but this is our Mystery Science 3000 shot. But anyway, John Henson of Talk Soup fame and Wipeout, really entertaining with people falling around into water.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a catastrophic injury tonight. That would be my milieu.
You know what to do on set if that happens?
Yeah, I do actually. I call the medic. So let me ask you a question from the west to the east perspective. Who are the teams that you are most interested in watching in this postseason?
Well, I'm certainly interested in a Cavs-Wizards series, even though the Wizards are kind of not playing that well. And I'm interested in a Rockets-Warriors or Spurs-Warriors. I think those are the two we've been deserving to see over the last couple of years.
That Spurs-Memphis series is a little more competitive than I would have thought.
Yeah, it's really intense. Although I still feel like it's so hard for Memphis just to compete. You know what I mean? It's like every inch of their energy is just to stay even. And if it's just like the Spurs kind of just get a little bit more of control, they can they'll win.
Right.
But
they've played the head coach tantrum card. You can't do that again.
Yeah, it worked.
That's 3 on Beverly.
Uh-oh. This is a very big game also for the Rockets because they're home. And you lose this one, now you go back to OKC for Game 6. It's really hard.
Right. Well, we talked about the Game 5 and the significance of, Game 5 is, such a pivotal, in a 7-game series, it's so hard to come back from losing, especially if you're at home.
Yeah. Now that these are all 2-2-1-1-1. These used to be.
Right.
These are always 2-2-1-1. It went that way in the finals as well, where the finals used to give you 3 straight games in the middle on the road for
the away team. Back and forth.
And that was a big advantage to the lower seeded team. But all right, here we go. So Russ gets misses the free throw. Abrinas. Yeah, we could even try and do a little play-by-play. I haven't really brushed my chops up on the play-by-play, but. Oh, look at that. Oh!
Ooh.
Adams underrated defender.
Yeah, a little bit. He made the recovery, blew by him, and he managed to get his big old meaty paw up there and block it.
That's right. And then I reminded the first round used to only be 3 out of 5. It was crazy.
That was, yeah. Do you remember, like, the first round, it was like, it could be over in, like, you lose 2, it could be over in a couple of days.
Yeah. But a lot of those ended up, I feel like, are always like sweeps. At least certainly, obviously, the 8-1-8 was always like over really fast, and so you're kind of glad. But yeah. Okay, here we go. So another wild turnover. That's the problem, is Russ just goes flying in there out of control. And in the name of like getting a shot off because his other teammates aren't going to make it, like that's what that kind of grits at me, because I feel like maybe he could get a better shot for somebody.
It's also just got to be hard for teammates. I mean, it has to be difficult to stay locked in a game where you know that you're going to be lucky if you shoot 5 times.
Right. I'm actually seeing some responses. That was the first time he did it all game, apparently. And so I'm going to respond to that. This is weird, this keyboard thing. This whole technology. This is a
dude. Technology is not your friend tonight. You've really been up against it.
I know, but hey, listen.
People could have seen you scurrying around the studio.
Yeah, I was scurrying like Russ was. I was playing as hard as Russ out there trying to get this thing active.
You've logged as many miles as, say, a Steph Curry running around the court.
Yeah.
Kingston was setting some picks for you.
I needed that GoPro on my head. So, but hey, listen, we got good image. Everything looks good, sounds good. That's the more important thing. So, we got a little ISO on Harden, and Russ misses the long 2.
Ooh, gosh, Harden almost let that ball go.
So listen, we're getting a little Russ versus Harden.
Yeah, we are getting a little one-on-one,
which is exciting. Oh, Nene.
Don't ever pass Nene the ball when his feet are moving. That's the first rule.
Is it like is it a Brazilian thing?
He's got to have his feet set.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were talking about like Brazilian, something about moving in Brazilians.
Oh, wow.
No? Okay. Yeah, I hear you.
Depends on whether or not he's wearing a thong.
Nene is tantalizing. There are moments when you look like, gosh, he's got some serious skills. All right, so we got a 51-44 lead for the Rockets. I wonder, how far ahead are we? Are we like way ahead? If we cut to the behind, like we're at the commercial now, I'm always curious. People are always sort of, somebody's lagging if they're watching online. But let's answer some questions. Let's turn it over to Periscope and see. Is anyone on Twitter asking us anything? Because that's another thing we're looking at.
What's going on Twitter?
What do you say, people on Periscope? Well, give me a question here. What's going on? Can you hear us? Are you enjoying this so far? Dare we ask? Knicks missed the leadership of Bill Cartwright. Wow.
What's that? Say that again.
The Knicks missed the leadership of Bill Cartwright.
Oh my God.
Yeah, when Rory Sparrow left, that was it, I think.
I can remember. I can remember Herb Williams, meeting Herb Williams, and they were like reanimating his corpse to bring him out for another year. He was like Patrick Ewing's caddy,
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And then I got to meet him at like a player event before the season. Everybody was talking about how important it was to have his veteran leadership.
You can just tell us that you're cool. You don't have to even say that you met Herb Williams.
That was like my one thing, man. That was like that year I got everybody to sign a ball. That was a big thing for me.
All right, we have a question here. Who was your MVP after watching the series? I mean, I think that's kind of, is that answered itself by the result?
After yeah. I mean, are you talking about this series?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's where I think that's yet to be decided. No.
Oh, well, all right. Well, I mean, like, if the Rockets win, obviously, I mean, either way, I think Harden's been playing better, right? Or actually, you know what? I got to look at the numbers because I feel like Harden's had a couple of stretches that were not great either.
Look, we were talking about it before. I was saying how strange it is to be able to look at two teams this deep in the playoffs or in the season and see two guys, one on each team, leading their team in points, rebounds, and assists. I didn't think that Harden led in all three categories, but he does. And, it's sort of shocking how much they are each dependent on one guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was a little bit distracted because I saw there's a lady eating a salad behind the bench.
Speaking of, where the hell are our salads?
Oh, we have our salads. We can grab them anytime. Want to grab your salad?
We went from pizza to tender greens. You're moving up in the world.
Yeah, right. Well, you know what? At halftime, perfect timing, we'll get our salads on. So, all right, here we go. Last shot, or second to last shot. The Rockets are going to run the clock down. And they're going to run ISO with Robertson on Harden. This is the great matchup all series long. Great defense. Box the shot.
Yeah.
Really bad offense, by the way. Go, Vic. Vic got stuck in the... oh, he traveled. They call the travel, John.
That's going to show up on... that's going to trend.
Oh, yeah. That was a nice little shot of Russ showing his disgust. Now, again, that's the meme, right? He gives it to his teammates. The teammates do a stupid travel, and they miss. Oh, look, they can't play.
Well, then there'll be, wow.
Yes.
There will be the, the obligatory, if they lose, there'll be the obligatory, swearing about how he doesn't care about his stats in the interview.
I heard some dirty whispering about Russ stats today. I don't even know if I want to tell you what they were.
Talk to me. What did you hear?
Did a little show with my buddy Kurt Lowe, who calls, I guess everybody can hear me if they can't see me, but I got some sort of the chicken. What did you want?
Chipotle chicken.
I think this is it.
Is that it? Barbecue chicken thingy?
I don't know. You're eating it. Whatever it is. I got you something, Kingston. I don't know if you like this. I think I got you a chicken, some sort of chicken.
Sounds good.
And I got salad. So, anyway, someone on Twitter or somewhere was saying that it's possible that after his 10th assist, all of a sudden he doesn't get so many after that.
Well, maybe he just starts looking a little bit more for a shot, are you saying?
I got my triple-double.
Sure.
Where's that? I don't know. It's worthy of looking at it. I guess you have to look at it by per possession, because usually it's going to be late in the fourth quarter,
yeah,
right?
What would be interesting is to see his usage rate after he qualifies for a triple-double.
Right. Will it spike?
Yeah. In other words, what is it compare before he qualifies for the triple-double and then after, and see if all of a sudden he's calling his own number after he hits 10 assists.
I mean, the back of the head cam is some next level. Yes, it is. Thank you. We're telling you, we're going to do some really fun stuff. Hey, you're going to come back, aren't you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the food.
All right. Well, what do you expect? Who else does Westbrook have? I mean, you're right. It's an interesting argument. I would expect him to make the right play. I'm sorry. The right play, by the way, the right play sometimes is you shoot it, but I would almost say if he wants to shoot it that many times, let the offense work for him more than it is. Give them some more clever sets, some more action, some more motion to open it up, and then he can attack. I'm telling you, that's the difference. So I'm not even saying he should take less shots. I think he should just take more shots, out of letting the offense work for him.
So, all right, now that we're sort of in a bit of a break, do you want to get into the sort of the Westbrook grind, because that is a thing for you on Twitter. Your fans, your followers have noticed. And what would you say is the perception of your opinion on Russ?
So the perception is I'm a hater.
Right.
I simply hate him for the sake of hating him, I guess, is sort of what they're going to say. And I'm just going to retweet this so everyone can join us for halftime.
Hook a brother up with a napkin, would you?
Okay. You got to change the tweet a little bit every time or else they won't let you tweet it. So here's the thing. They think I'm a hater. They think I hate him, period, or I want to just disrespect his game altogether. Or I'm a nitpicker. That's the big one.
Right, that you're essentially overlooking the remarkable gifts of his athleticism and his skills to focus on tiny things for the sake of just
Are you setting me up here?
Basketball superior purist kind of thing.
I'm right, and then obviously he has flaws, but he does way more good than bad, and that sometimes is true, and I think sometimes he kind of evens it out. And the other problem is, for instance, he had this monstrous game in Game 3, I want to say it was. I mean, they've all been pretty monster. But, he crapped the bed down the stretch.
Right.
And
what
the game just gets out of hand.
He had 13 missed shots in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and he's just jacking them up in a way that, to me, it's what good is all that greatness that you're doing in the beginning if you can't kind of sustain it when it and I know it all counts, but when it really counts toward the end of the game. That's what frustrates me. Chris Paul had an interesting, there's an interesting dichotomy there the other game for Game 3s, where Russ had his game, and then you watch the next game, and Chris Paul just dominates in a very similar way, a dominant point guard role, but just perfect floater, perfect shot, he hits this one, he hits that one, he controls the tempo, and they win the game. And like that's what I'm talking about.
But okay, so just being devil's advocate now, I mean, the idea of great scores either shooting you in or out of a game is not a new idea, right? I mean, that's something that has kind of been a live by the sword, die by the sword aspect with volume scorers.
I always feel it's more like shooters, guys who just shoot it.
Right.
Which usually is not the point guard bringing the ball up.
Right. Well, that's the problem, is that because of the ball, because as you pointed out, because he's initiating the offense, it makes it virtually impossible for other people to get involved in the game unless he lets them.
Right. Right.
In your defense.
Wait, we have a guy saying nothing wrong about two grown men eating salad on the couch. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Thank you, Jigglypuff.
In your defense, obviously, you can make a case that if Durant didn't feel similarly, he would not be in Golden State right now.
Right. I mean, well, are you trying to say that Durant left Golden State because he didn't want to play with Russ?
I'm trying to say you can make a case for the fact that he saw an opportunity to change a style of play where there is much more of an effort to get everyone involved, move the ball. It's a motion offense, and maybe that appealed more to him than this sort of polar your turn, my turn. Getting into a situation where he sort of feels like it's an either or with him and Russ, because obviously in the postseason that ended up biting them in the ass.
Well, let me ask you this: would you have married your first girlfriend in college?
You're assuming I had a girlfriend in college.
I'm sorry. I it happens when you assume, but come on, you must have. Well, we'll get into that later, but nonetheless, it's like they were joined together at the hip in the beginning of their careers, right? And they without being stars yet. And what did Durant know besides playing with Russ?
Right.
Until USA, Team USA, and all that kind of stuff. I'm willing to go on record and bet my reputation that
let's bet something valuable.
Okay. My salad?
Yeah, let's go with the salad.
So the decision to not play with Russ or the playing with Russ was a really big part of his decision, or it was a part of his decision. I don't know if it's 50%, 60, whatever. I'm willing to say that yes, playing with Russ was a big part of his decision. Wouldn't you say that? Wouldn't that be fair?
I don't know how you can look. I don't know how you can not make it about that. Simply because, if this is what we're seeing when Durant steps out of the way, he had to be feeling that gravitational pressure. You know what I mean? He had to be. He had to be sensing the fact that Russ would just as soon be calling his own number every time.
I think so. I think he was also going to sense that. And what kind of got lost in his injury and that kind of stuff was that he kind of began the first half of the year was going to have one of the all-time great shooting years of all time.
Right.
Durant was, and rightfully so in that offense. So, it worked out, right? Russ had an MVP year. He's going to win the MVP, I bet. Durant's probably going to win a title. Now here's the other big question. So their offense was problematic, right, with KD and Russ. Like they didn't really run much, this and that, whatever, right? Scott Brooks, we were yelling at him. It's his fault. It's the players we don't know, whatever. Did you bring a Coke for everybody?
No, I didn't.
Okay, he goes to Washington, right? And you watch Washington play, and their offense is kind of beautiful.
Right.
And there's motion, there's movement, and there's got guys, spin downs and whatever, and dribble handoff. Why wasn't that happening when they were playing together?
Well, let me ask you a rhetorical question. Is it because you have a major alpha male on your team who's resistant to that? So, You know, I mean, because look, you change the personnel. I mean, Mike D'Antoni is the same coach who literally was on the verge of washing out of the league after he was fired in LA.
Yeah.
And he just happened to find the perfect situation for him, and arguably the perfect player for his system in Harden, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So, I guess what I'm saying is it's context.
Yeah. Or it's stars saying, F you, coach, we're not going to run your damn offense. This is what we're going to do.
As a Knicks fan, I can't relate to that.
Right. And then him saying, I don't want to get fired, so okay, have at it, see what happens, and I'll just coach the defense, and hopefully everything will work out.
Right.
Now, that reflects pretty poorly on some people, and it's either Durant or it's Russ or whatever. I don't know.
Can you ever remember because KD and Russ were super tight, right? Small market, came up together from the time they were young. Like real 1-2 Batman and Robin unity. There was a whole culture of we love the Thunder, we love being here, we are a unit, right?
Right.
I mean, can you ever think of, besides maybe Kobe and Shaq, but they didn't have the same harmony when they played together, where all of a sudden you got two former teammates with so much animus. I mean, when they, literally barking at each other, walking to the benches after timeouts. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I can't think of any overt hostility between two people that have been that tight before.
Sorry, Kobe and Shaq we're talking about.
Well, no, I'm talking about KD and Russ. Like, like you see the games this year, and it's like
Oh, that. Oh, I thought you meant while they were playing together. Yes, you're right.
You know what I mean? Like, they went from being best friends to being virtual enemies. And we've seen that, like, again, with Kobe and Shaq, you see it. Look at Ginobili still.
Yeah. Well, Ginobili hadn't scored until tonight. In the whole series. It's crazy.
Do you think Ginobili's a Hall of Fame player?
Yeah. I was going to name my kid Manu.
Really?
Back in 2007, but there wasn't.
Why? Because Eurostep didn't fit on a birth certificate?
Yeah, Eurostep Hauselman just didn't really roll off the tongue.
Mm-hmm.
But, he for sure. I mean, for his international thing. Remember, the Hall of Fame is not just NBA. But absolutely for sure, surefire, first ballot, done deal. Dirk, him. Pau Gasol is probably going to be on there too.
Tony Parker?
Tony Parker? Yeah, probably Tony. Right? Starting guard on like 4 championship teams, and yeah, probably. Yeah.
The longevity of his career,
Mm-hmm. I mean, he inspired like a generation of spin moves and whatnot. So,
right.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm over here on Facebook.
You can also make a case that Tony Parker has reinvented himself as he's lost his athleticism.
Tony Parker has invented himself as what?
He's reinvented himself as his athletic abilities have diminished. Like he was a micro Russ, weaving in and out of the lane. He was one of those guys that was just knifing in and out of traffic and laying the ball up. And then as that has ebbed, his ability to do that, he's become a little bit more of a sort of a floor general and a distributor and All
right, I'm going to get a piece of the water, and while I'm getting the water, I want to, that is a very astute observation, and I'm really, really glad that you brought it up. Because Russ and Tony Parker is a really interesting comparison. Why? Because Parker came in just like Russ, didn't shoot great from the outside, drove all the time, was way too fast, out of control, and Pop coached the shit out of him, and he finally improved and learned how to exist in their offense to the point where they could run the beautiful game, and he would be able to be a good part of that.
You can also make a case that he had a Tim Duncan, a major alpha male who bought into the system and wasn't going to tolerate freelancing. You know what I mean? Like it was a top to bottom. It was sort of he had leadership on court and off court, I guess is my point.
Okay. Yeah. Pop being, Pop being the spear of the head of that. I mean, granted, Duncan, had been in had been in the league for a while and had that cachet, but still, it's a really good comparison because so there's a culture, there's a coaching, there's an expectation that's put in place there that he learned from, and it was brutal. Sounded like it was brutal for a long time, until he got it. And Russ did not have that, and the culture was allowed to sort of be different. I don't want to say they kowtowed to him or he like ran the show like LeBron might have done in Cleveland the first time, but think about it. Some of the guys, like how about this, like Reggie Jackson, you know how bad it got before he left? Like he was like stuck on the other side of the locker room, like couldn't even like talk to people on their side.
Right.
It happened with somebody else left. Who else left? Oh, Harden.
Yep.
In a way that you got to wonder, like, where is this coming from and what's the source and why? I don't know. I'm kind of burning it down right now.
I would also say
It's
that, it's unfortunate if you're a Thunder fan that you've watched what had the potential to be a 1-2 punch. We're going to be, in conference finals and finals every year for 10 years, to basically a Cain and Abel split. And now Russ has that franchise by the balls, right? He gets that giant contract, and essentially you've created a monster, and nobody can rein him in now.
Right.
And arguably nobody can rein him in for the duration of his contract. Like, it's just going to be the Russ show.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because, look, hell, if people are going to claim nobody wants to play with Melo, who's going to want to, as a premier player, go play with Russ?
I haven't heard much about that either way, which is interesting, right? Because everybody want to play with Steph, right? Or at least, they want to play with Durant. But you don't often hear either way, like, well, I want to go play with Russ. And I think there's a reason for that, right? And that's tough now because now he's laid out this whole, can he ever rein it back in now? Can they get...
Right.
Can they get?
Can you put the genie back?
Who's
in the
another
bottle?
star? Let's say they got the next, Boogie Cousins or something on that team. Mm-hmm. Like, could he exist with that guy even? And that's a really interesting question.
I think the answer is no. Not with those two personalities,
Oh, that will right. They would kill each other.
I mean, it's like it's a challenge to put Boogie on the same team as AD, and it's like he's as passive and easygoing a star player as it gets.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and that doesn't seem like it's working
great.
What do you
think Boogie's going to do when he has somebody sealed in the post, then Russ is jacking up a 30-foot jumper,
right?
With 19 seconds on the clock.
Well, I would be remiss if we didn't mention that we flipped on the San Antonio Spurs Memphis Grizzlies game, which seems like a really ugly, low-scoring affair. 14-14 with 4 minutes to go. And here we are. So, hey, everybody out there, let's do our little thing we do every 2 minutes. Let's all press that share button and let everybody and all your friends know that we're out here hanging out. We're eating salad. I'm very, I didn't tell you this. I get very truthful when I eat salad. And things are going to come out that I don't know what I can.
It's a truth serum for you.
Yeah. And, we even have, I think there's a dog out there looking for us. So what's happening on Periscope? Give me an idea here of what we missed so far in this Memphis-San Antonio Spurs game. Or on Twitter even. I'm kind of bouncing back and forth here in between salad bites. Shout out to Tender Greens for sponsoring the show tonight.
Yeah, did they? They didn't, did they?
The Spurs started slow. Thank you, 98 Abdi. I mean, the Spurs started slow. You make it sound like the Memphis Grizzlies were on fire.
So what's your, let me ask you this, as long as we're doing a little confessional. Talking about contracts and hamstringing teams. Mike Conley, what do you make of that?
It's worth every penny, wouldn't you say?
I mean, what is that guy getting now? $30 million a year?
Yeah, and he absolutely saved them in the all-time greatest game we've had so far in the playoffs. Clutch, money, anything you want, the guy does. He's a great teammate. He's everything you'd want. Now,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, by giving a guy that much money, I mean, here we were, at the beginning of the season, people were talking about, is this team falling apart? You know what I mean? Are we seeing the end of the era? Are they going to start looking to, like, is it time to put Zach Randolph out to pasture, and is it, is it time for Memphis to reload? And how do you do that when you're giving a guy $30 million a year that's going to go that deep into his career? How old is he going to be when that contract is up?
Yeah. Well, the problem is in a small market like that, you want to be able to develop loyalty and prove to people and players that you stand by them, and that you're trying to build it. And so, they're going to reward the guy that stuck with them and developed with them and whatever.
You can make a case that the culture in Memphis mirrors the old school culture of the Thunder. Gritty, small market team, very unified, very into being a member of that team. Those guys have a very specific defensive us against the world mentality.
Right, and there's not a lot of shooting on this team either. And,
it's bully ball. I mean, it's sort of, to me, it's a bit of throwback basketball in the modern NBA, When you got guys like Gasol, guys like Zach Randolph,
oh my God.
Wow.
Was that Manu?
Wow. Turning back the clock.
He had the right trigger button held down the whole way through. My God.
AB spin.
Yeah. That was crazy. Wow. That's very interesting, as well. An interesting comparison because, these guys want to play as a team.
Right.
And, in fact, to the detriment, I always felt like Marc Gasol played like a 25-point-a-game scorer, really just demanded the ball and went down the block. I think they'd be better, but it's just not his game. He's just not that guy. He wants to pass. He wants to look and see who else is open. I feel like the passing hasn't been as good this year as it's been in the past, where we used to get a lot of really great interior passing on Memphis. Correct me if I'm wrong, Memphis Grizzlies fans, but that's why I feel like I haven't seen as much. What game am I watching, Jack? I'm watching the Memphis Spurs. Is the other game back on? We actually could probably watch some of this game, but I feel like, the other game's back on. So what are we going to do? Oh, did somebody get hurt? That looked like it hurt.
A little roll of the ankle?
But the other way, almost. A little Ariza. So they have Ariza. It's always interesting to see who they put on Russ. All right, so there's the load up. I could, what? I don't know if I could. Oh, look, there you go. He's one.
Robertson?
Yeah, it was 1 for 2, and so he's got a point per possession of 1.0. He's very healthy now. A way to make up for it. He just shoots with too much arc. Is one of the biggest issues, and I think that if he fixed that, he would improve 6 points. Which might still not be great, but it's obviously a lot better.
Great defender.
I think he might be the best defender in the league.
Really?
Uh-huh. I mean, Kawhi is also up there.
Right.
Beverly's up there.
Look, they're in a position where between Oladipo and Robertson, you got, really two lockdown guys.
Uh-huh. Well,
I mean, you can make a case that you put either one of those guys on another team and they could end up being the best defender on the team.
Yeah, I can see that. By the way, this is the moment right here. They're starting to warm up. They're getting some separation. This is the moment where the visiting team in the closeout game wets their pants, starts jacking up threes. Mm-hmm. The home team comes down and gets makes a 9, 12, 15, all of a sudden, and then once it's 20, it's over. The other team starts yelling at each other. They know the season's over. So this is very important to see. Russ, now he gets the free throws, which is good. It wasn't, the best of shots, but whatever. He gets free throws to keep the skin close and to stop the clock a little bit, which, whatever. So we'll see.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you were saying this is where it happens, I thought you were going to say, you get 10 points behind and all of a sudden Russ is going to get tunnel vision.
Well, that
I feel like Russ is more apt to pass when they are ahead. You know what I mean? And the farther they fall behind, the more he takes it upon himself to bring them back single-handedly.
That's probably true as well. That's interesting. Yeah. I was commenting more on the general closeout nature, but you're right. With Russ, it's that way too. I'm sure he's like, after this, they're not doing it. I got to do it all.
Right.
Which kind of isn't the best mindset to have.
Is it, I think the rub is, and what people might say, just playing devil's advocate is, sometimes it works.
Right.
You know what I mean? Sometimes, so it's when you play, quote, I won't say the wrong way, but when you don't play the right way, when you don't turn to team ball, and it pays off, it creates,
right.
A bad habit.
It's also in the context of, you want to do it against Phoenix? Sure.
Right.
Orlando?
Right, yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Sure.
But I'm sure they want to be judged under the championship crucible of whether they can do it or not. And that's why I always looked at it. And so if Russ wants to be the top guard in the league or top 3, whatever he is, well, then I'm going to judge him like, okay, that's not going to work against the top 4 teams. No, that's a miss they can't afford to have.
How many votes do you think D'Antoni gets for Coach of the Year?
I would think he gets a lot of them. It's a lot of different coaches there this year. I mean, Scott Brooks should get some.
Right.
I think D'Antoni can win it. Don't you?
I mean, I think he's got to be in the top 3 to me, just because of the turnaround of the team. They clean Dwight out of the middle, and all of a sudden they bring in a new system. It's not often that you see that kind of stark turnaround when you implement a new system.
So you want to give him most improved coach?
I guess maybe that would be it.
Yeah, right.
Most improved coach.
I mean, he just made a good decision to go to a place that supported the way he wanted to play, whereas the Lakers didn't. They didn't have the right team for it.
I mean, look, D'Antoni looks visionary in Phoenix, shits the bed in New York, shits the bed in LA, and now all of a sudden, all of a sudden he looks like a brilliant man again.
I take umbrage. The New York thing wasn't him. The New York thing was trading away that team that really was looking good under his stuff for Melo.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen.
Although, let's be honest.
Patrick Beverley, man. Everybody wants that guy on your team. You want him on your team.
First team all agitator. That's what I call him, right?
All right.
Most likely to be punched by his own teammate during practice. Have you ever seen those YouTube compilations of him just infuriating people and pissing them off during games?
No.
Oh, there's great YouTube highlights of just Patrick Beverley just ruining opposing point guards' days.
That's how I played.
He's just like a pick you up full court from the opening tip kind of point guard.
Yeah.
But getting back to that point about the Knicks, yes, that team was a lot of fun to watch. I love that team. It was also going nowhere. That team was going to be a perennial 4 seed in the East. You know what I mean? Look at Wilson Chandler. Look at Danilo Gallinari.
Mozgov.
Mozgov. These guys are not setting the league on fire. It's not like
Can we count Jeremy Lin?
Going to be greater than the total of the parts.
I don't know. I would have liked to at least seen it a year of it before we made that decision. Don't you think?
I mean, look, would it have been it's not a question to me of whether or not it would be interesting to see it play out. As an owner and as a GM, I don't know how you look at that team and say that's better than having a heart of his career all NBA scorer. You know what I mean?
I guess.
And now, did they give away too much? Could they have, there's a whole other conversation. People talk about, well, you just get him in free agency. I don't think that was going to happen because Melo wanted that extra money. He probably would have ended up in New Jersey. And if you're in New York, that's a whole other nightmare if you pass on Melo when he wants to come to New York and he ends up across the river.
I guess. I hear you. I'm not going to, I don't know. I just remember watching that team before he got there. It was fun. Mm-hmm. And it was it looked like they were trying to improve and be something.
Ray Felton was actually an NBA player then.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? He's doing nicely with the Clippers now.
Yeah, I know. He looks like he's shed a few pounds.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I'm making a mess. Let's go back to Periscope and see if we have any questions here while we're.
Would you be surprised if Blake joined the Thunder?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Wow, that's an interesting idea.
No, going back home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do.
You think so?
Now, he's kind of broken down. I don't know if he's going to be able to ever stay healthy. I think the way his body is built and the way
the
power.
way his game is, right? I mean, it's like he just puts a lot of torque on his body.
Yeah, that's sort of what it feels like. And I bet you, if you've asked somebody, I bet you that toe was broken before he broke it the last time. Because he wasn't running right. He didn't look like he was, he looked like he was in pain.
Underrated passer, Blake Griffin.
Yeah, he can pass. That lob to DeAndre is always pretty good. Oh, boy. So you can see, yeah, Russ has got the, he's going to 10 right now. This one goes to 11.
Right.
And that's what frustrates me. There's no change of speed. There's no, cleverness about it. It's just one speed,
right.
brute force.
Yeah, exactly.
And, I like guys who are, who are going to, if they're going to rip me off, I don't want to know about it,
Well, I mean, obviously is a diametrically opposed point guard, but you look at somebody like Chris Paul, who is so in control and controls the pace and the flow of the game from such a different perspective, utilizing such different tools,
Mm-hmm.
His defense and his court vision and the ability to get everybody involved and ridiculous shooting.
Right, and meanwhile, who's gone to the finals and who's gone to the conference finals more?
Yeah, right? I mean...
But it's different. You can't really blame Chris Paul for, for not... There's so many things that go into getting to the finals or getting to the conference finals that I just feel like it's not fair to him. The injuries, whatever,
Dude, they've you don't want to say a team is cursed, but the Clippers have had some historically bad luck in the postseason.
Yeah. And by the way, the one great shot they had was against the Thunder a few years ago, and Chris Paul was the guy that wet the bed on a terrible foul and a bad shot. So it's like...
So, 3 bad plays in the final couple of possessions. So uncharacteristic. He really shed, with that game winner against the
Spurs.
The Spurs.
Yeah.
He finally shed that, he shrinks in big moments kind of image,
Yeah. All right, what we got here? We got the 7-point lead.
Yeah, they tightened it up a little bit.
And by the way, and you can see
here
that
we go. Oh!
The Rockets are getting a little tight. They're trying to shoot 3. They're trying to hit a home run right now and knock them out.
They're going for the kill shot.
And they just need to hit a couple singles.
Meanwhile, it's a tight game on the look at the other. They got the score up there. It's San Antonio by 2 over Memphis. Just into the second, 23-25. Boy, that is a low-scoring game.
Yeah, grit and grind, baby. Let's see here. So, you can see that they're setting a screen with Robertson.
Oh, woo!
Look at that.
So I was about to say, I don't know if I would have been a big fan of that pass.
So Robertson set the ball screen because they know that they're ignoring him.
Right.
Force him. Oh, boy.
Are they going to give him...
3? I'm doing a video, by the way. Let's do a little teaser for the video. Ronnie Nunn, ex-NBA ref of 19 years, is going to come on the show. We're going to talk about these fouls and how he's getting
Look at him lean in.
That one's interesting. That was tough. What do we think about that?
Oh, he totally initiated. Not only did he initiate the contact, but to me, the shot did not look like... It looked like it was after the fact.
Oh, well, somebody wants to break down the salad.
But I had we're doing tender greens. I had the big hot plate barbecued chicken salad thingy. You were kind enough to throw in a starch. Got me a little mashed potatoes, a little bread.
I took a chance.
I probably shouldn't have eaten.
I took a chance, and you ate it.
Yeah, dude, I don't even know what's taking you so long. I'm long since hammered my salad.
I know. Well, I figured when you were talking, I'd be eating. But something made me kind of not want to eat when you were talking,
I
guess.
Well, it's because I've been interviewing you.
Right. So, James Johnson.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Just walk into a 3 right there with Russ. Now it's a 4-point game.
All right. I mean, the guy was 1 for 7 up to that point.
2 for 8 from downtown right now.
Off-foot layup. This is interesting. You
2
know
for 8.
what?
So before that step up to that walk up 3, he was 1 for 7 and still had no conscience.
Right, and they're down. Like, oh, now he's starting to feel it. Because remember, and not only was it 1 for 8, 1 for 7 before that, they were down by 7 points. It's like, okay, if you're up and
look
whatever.
at that, look at that run, 12-3.
Nene, off-foot layup. All right, I'm almost on my salad. I'm finally ready to be done.
Do you remember when people thought Nene was going to become...
That was me.
Right. You thought he was going to become like, there was like a time where people thought Kenneth Fareed was going to become a giant force,
Right. It certainly looked that way, at least like a Rodman kind of guy.
Right.
And he still does some of that, but yeah, his production has just dropped off.
Wiry, forward, freakish athlete.
Yeah, he had a dunk did he get dunked on, or did he? Oh yeah, Terrence Ross dunked on him a couple of years ago. That was one of the more frightening things I've ever seen. Is Kander playable in any lineup against Houston?
Oof.
Here's the thing. I know it's Cantor.
Stick a fork in it.
Oh my God! What did I read? That was not.
How did they not convert that?
So with the Cantor thing, they caught. I don't know if you saw that. They caught Donovan on the bench saying, "I can't play him."
Yeah.
And specifically with the Rockets, you give them 2 or 3 possessions in a row where they score, and then you're really in trouble. With this team specifically, where other teams you might be like, you know what, you got to give them a chance to get down low, get in the block, get a 3-point play, hammer them a little bit, get some rebounds, and that's the only reason. Like otherwise, they'd say, yeah, let Cantor get him in there, let him be in there. Maybe he hurts a little bit, but let him get down low and do that stuff. And so that's the problem is the Rockets are too explosive.
What's that got to be like as a player to know that your coach is thinking that?
Well, what was it like growing up for you?
They didn't even let me on the court.
That was mean. I'm sorry.
That was accurate.
So look, they're setting screens with Robertson now. But again, this would be a chance to move the ball, spread the defense. Then you can come back and get it. That's fine.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, my God.
And there's the thing. He rises, he's rising to the occasion. You feel like he's making it a personal challenge. It's me against the Rockets.
Right. And I wonder if, I know the Russ fans are all...
Oh, look at these. Harden just went for it again, dude. He just went for the foul again. He tried to draw the foul. He tried to draw the 3.
Oh, I thought he was going to get a 3-point shot, 3-point foul. There, good.
Oh, look at that.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about,
Nice
Russ.
Floater.
Yes, because now they're all thinking about you and they're all collapsing, and then you find Adams for a little jump hook he's good at. Now, that was probably a 12 dribble ISO off of a pick and roll that wasn't going anywhere.
Isn't that what the coach draws up?
That's and by the way, so another more
Hold the ball for about 4 seconds. Let your defender lock in.
All right, let's make this interactive a little bit because that's why we're here. I think. Right. What is Clint Capella's ceiling? I think he is solid. He's good. 10 points, 10 rebounds, a couple blocks, that kind of guy.
If you could add somebody to the Rockets, what do you think they need?
Oh, that's a good question.
Post play?
Yeah. A post player in D'Antoni's offense is kind of a.
I know, but maybe like a second unit guy?
Yeah, no, you're right. Like a guy off the bench.
Right.
Yes, like a Maurice Spates.
Right.
How good would that be? Maybe not Spates, but something like that. I just missed that darn question. Ask that question again. I just saw on there. It disappears too quickly on Periscope. Oh, they want to know how he missed the food. I had a salad. You had some chicken. Terrific stuff.
Perimeter defender, they're saying.
Like he's in one. Between Ariza and Beverly, I don't know. They're okay there, I suppose.
Yeah, you got a little.
Right. Any chance the Rockets get to the Western Conference Finals? Yeah. Who are they playing in the next round? They are going to play. The Warriors.
Yeah.
No, right? They're 3.
Oh, okay.
They got to play one. No. You're right. They play the Spurs or Memphis. Yeah, the Rockets could beat the Spurs or Memphis, right?
Yeah. I don't think the Rockets are gonna. I think they would need to come out hot in the beginning of the series. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that based on a gut feeling. I would think that they would need to put themselves in a position where they're ahead, after 3 games, maybe they're up a game. And I don't see, if I had to guess, I would assume that a team like the Spurs could wear Houston down if it came down to, a game 6 and a game 7, because if you're able to take somebody like Harden out of the game, or you have an off game, I just feel like the Spurs are the kind of team that always seem to capitalize on those mistakes.
Right, that is true. Let's go to let's all do this again. Hey, I'm going to share. Let's share this this broadcast. Let more people in here. We'll ask more questions and make it more worth your while. Is there anything else we could do? Like, I don't want to suggest anything, too risque. But like, is there anything else we can do that would
well, I'm going to
entertain?
have to pee. I'll tell you that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's certainly, for the Trump supporters, that might like that.
Apparently they have video of me.
Oh, the compromat.
Yep.
Wow. I know you'd like to get on there and rile the troops up on that stuff.
I'm guilty of going overboard with it. I can't help it.
Now, shirts. Somebody wants our shirts. We're going to keep our shirts on, I think. Give me a month to train.
Well, it depends. You give me enough hearts. And
yeah, are you off? Okay, you're off, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know where it is, right? Right when you go in that door on the left, left. Say out of the wife for me. Oh my goodness! Now it's just you and me, sports fans, and Kingston. So, how you liking this? Isn't this fun? We got John Henson, and we're probably going to work on even getting another guy in here. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't call travel on that one for James Harden? I almost want to jump back and go see that again. I got one question. Am I gay? I am not gay, but I'm willing to learn. Old Coach Nick used to wear no shirt. Yeah, if I was younger, I would not wear. I could take my shirt off. Do this more. You got the idea, though. Yeah, I got it. We're here for basketball and some comedy. None of our business. That's right. Should the Rockets move on from Ariza? No, Ariza's fine. I mean, by the way, he is the one guy that they could upgrade without question. Find someone who's like, maybe doesn't have to be, and that way I don't think he's that great defensively. But they could definitely upgrade Ariza without having to spend too much money. So I think that the Thunder need to keep this, physical and keep them off balance, not let Houston go on a run. And then Houston just got to try and get that going where they're going fast and furious. You know what I should probably do now is take this opportunity to move this back camera a little bit so that we can see just a tiny bit more of the screen. So, allow me to move into space for a second. Leave it. Oh, can you go back in that shot, Kingston, for 1 second? I can see it on Periscope. We're going to do some live camera adjustments here, knowing where Henson was. Yeah, at least. Well, is it 15? Maybe it's less. Something like that. Let's try that. All right. So you can get a little bit more of the Mystery Science 3000 view. Probably nobody even knows what that is, but it's not that. It's not 15. It looks like maybe it's like 6. All right. So I just missed that. I kind of want to jump back and see what that was. Let's go back and see that the James Harden drive on Robertson. Yeah, they didn't give it to him. What would they call offensive on that? Are we caught up? Wow, that's crazy. All right, other questions? Are we all having fun here? So if you just joined us, thanks for joining us. We're in the B-Ball Breakdown studios. I have John Henson, who's in the bathroom right now, so we don't want to... Luckily, he didn't take his mic with him, but he'll be back in a second. And you all remember John Henson from Wipeout and Talk Soup. How valuable is Andre Robertson in free agency this summer? I think he's really valuable because I think that people are going to think that he is, yes, the John Henson. I think that people are going to think that they can teach Robertson how to shoot. And if they really believe that, then he's worth a lot of money. Yeah, he's been there for a while, I know. No one better go in there for a while. In there. Show feet. My feet are right here. You can't see them? I'm wearing my wide-soled Nikes. All right, so we have Russ flying in here. Oh, he's locked out. Let's let him back in. You just missed the best dunk of all time.
Really?
No.
I'm trying not to take getting locked out personally.
If you can get over it. We're back. We had a big flux of people. I started answering questions, and everyone started flooding into to our little thing here. Our behind the camera, behind the couch shot is a little bit better now. Like we can see more. Well, maybe not. Are you in the same spot you were before?
I am.
All right.
Where do you need me to go?
No, don't move. I'm going to fix it now. Live TV. Leave it on that shot for a second, Kingston, if you can. And I'm just going to do this. There we go. Are you comfortable?
Yes, very.
All right. That should do it. What do you think?
Works for me.
Now if I sit here.
Look at that.
What happened?
Look at that.
Did he get another three?
Russ got a long board, jacked up a 3, nailed it.
I'm still
Look at this. All of a sudden it's a 7-point bulge for OKC. Harden.
Yeah. Well, Harden had a couple drives where he was trying to draw fouls, and one of them, the refs didn't buy it, amazingly enough.
Watch. This is going up. This is going up.
Yeah, no, they doubled him. Oh, great recovery. Oh,
yeah.
Great recovery by, it looked like Lou on Adams. What was that? Fancy dribbling. So
look at Adams stuck out on the perimeter.
This is, you know what? I feel the Thunder are about to take control of this game.
No. Oh, look at again going for the knockout punch, right?
No, yeah, no, that's troubling. I mean, come on. You don't want to push your luck. You're up by 7. Run something.
And run some time off the clock.
Right,
yeah.
that's for sure.
That was
But look,
real
no one's
close.
moving.
Uh-oh. Nene creating. Nene just ate Adam's lunch right there.
I think he got some contact down low, or it looked like down under.
A little bit in the man region?
Look, that's what it looks like.
Look at him.
All right, should we flip over again? Let's see here. Where are we at now? I guess I'll just sort of be.
Just $1.
Oh, you know what? I think we got to fix. All of a sudden, our angles are a little bit screwy, but whatever. Like, why is that one so far off? Anyway.
Get out of your head, son.
What players should the Rockets chase this summer? I was thinking they could upgrade Ariza. That's the position they should upgrade.
So who are you going to upgrade with? You're talking about like a 3-and-D guy?
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's got to be somebody. The problem is, I don't know who's available is my problem. Oh, wow, that's insane. And he hits it.
Look at D'Antoni with his head cocked to
Wow.
the side. You can't leave that guy alone!
Now, where am I? Why am I not in the shot? I'm not in the shot at all on this one. Well, I mean, I don't want to sit too close to you is the problem.
Yeah, how did that happen? Is that you made the
I made it,
adjustment
yeah,
to
so
cut
your
yourself
head,
out of the shot.
yeah, so I moved it this way, but somehow I panned it more, but whatever.
I'm going to fix it for you, dude.
How?
Just do this.
Well, he's coming right at you.
Is that better?
I don't know. Yeah,
Well,
that's okay. I don't need.
I'm back.
That's actually the best part of my. That's my best view. Oh my goodness gracious!
Is that better? What does that look like? I do tech too.
That might not be better.
That. Wait a minute, am I going the wrong way?
I think.
No,
well,
what are you talking about? I nailed it.
did you see that though? Oh, I see. Maybe. Okay, we're good. All right, here we go. Yeah, producer issues. You're looking at the producer right here, I guess.
Dude, Memphis, 37 points with 5 minutes left in the second.
Yeah, we can't turn this off. This is too compelling.
No.
31 minutes, 38 points, 7 assists. All right, so here we go. They're not running. They're running the same offense every time. But that's just not a good shot, man.
No.
Was it a 2-for-1? Wasn't it a 2-for-1? I mean,
No, I don't think it was it?
no.
He might have been trying for 2-for-1, but he didn't get it. So here's my question for you: What is he shooting right now from downtown? I'm gonna say 4 of 15.
Did he get to that high? I don't know.
Let's take a look. I'm gonna look right now.
All right, you're my stats guy. Well, what a crazy swing! I guess what we can do this for 1 second and see the last minute of the first half here.
Okay, see box score.
And hey, everybody, yeah, not 15 left allowed. Right? I don't think he's out to 15, but I think he's
5 of 13.
From 3.
Right? So it's close.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty good. I mean, I guess that just justifies just jacking one up off a pick and roll, I guess. All right, here we go. We're back. Oh, beautiful pass by Kawhi. Nice shot by Powell in the corner, wide open. Dude, Kawhi Leonard is better than... I think he's underrated.
I feel like he is a less sexy sort of Swiss Army, like what Giannis is in the Bucks. You know, he's just like a less flashy. In a very kind of Tim Duncan mold. You know,
Did you just call? You don't think he's sexy?
I'm just saying he's not going to. He's not. There's a lot more love for the highlights of the Greek Freak right now, especially in the playoffs.
Right, because he's cut. He's got his brooding and quiet.
He's just got the eye-popping game.
Yeah, he really does. And it's weird. Here's the weird hate you kind of see around Twitter. You hang around Twitter long enough, you got to get this sense of hate. There's a really weird, irrational hate of Steph Curry. And Kawhi Leonard, and I don't get it. It's weird.
Well, if I might use a Hollywood analogy, is it the Meryl Streep becomes boring because of her quiet, consistent excellence? You know what I mean?
Right, like why LeBron doesn't win more MVPs?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Steph Curry, with his shooting and the distance and all that kind of stuff, and some of his no-look passes, his game is a little flashier. But Kawhi is just sort of a quiet, consistent, make the right play, combined with the freakish athletic gifts. The long arms, the giant hands. That was a guy who did not seem like he was destined to lead his team in scoring, and yet has turned himself into it.
Oh, absolutely. No, I can't seem to get back to the other game. Yeah, I hear you. I'm like jumping to the... Oh, I'm not. That's why. Previous. I'm not hitting the wrong button here. All right. Yes, exactly. It's just always curious to me. Like Rudy Gobert fans, and Rudy Gobert himself apparently subtweeted me today. I haven't seen it. If you saw that, let me know. Well, Rudy Gobert's hands is an interesting, argument that we've been having with Jazz fans that I've been, because they're not great. They're better. He's improved. But whenever I watch a game, and I haven't watched all 82 games, but I've watched enough games where 2, 3, 4 times a game he fumbles the pass.
He's better repelling the ball than taking it in, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to adjust that? Yeah, let's see here. Oh. Yes. And so, but Jazz fans are very, very touchy. And I know that Rudy kind of is on Twitter a lot, and he'll like certain tweets that I write with his name in it, or maybe they're not even nice about him. Even though I love Rudy Gobert. He's great. Top something center in the league. But maybe it's motivation for him. He likes to like these tweets. But somebody told me in the video interview he did today, where he's like, yeah, of course I must not have good hands. Something like that. I got to hear.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
So that gives you an idea of the kind of impact you have. Somebody's paying attention.
I guess so. Every once in a while, yeah, it comes out where you
wouldn't drive the lane on him.
Absolutely not. And I would throw a lob to him every day, any day, and I would, but those. Oh.
What do you think of? Who does his game remind you of? If you had to give a career projection of what the best case scenario is for Gobert.
I mean, he's a really athletic, like Mark Eaton. I'm trying to get like the really tall guys, because he doesn't really have any offensive skill.
You don't put Mark Eaton and athletic in the same sentence.
You do not, never. But he was effective in that same way, where you didn't drive the lane, you couldn't get a rebound when he's nearby.
Right.
But
but isn't he could you say he's got a little Dikembe in his game?
Yeah, Dikembe is good.
Right.
Dikembe is good, because Dikembe never had a really polished offensive game either.
Right. I think Gobert will end up, and does have a better offensive game than Dikembe. But I'm just saying, in terms of body type and being sort of a his key role being diminishing the shooting percentage of the other team.
Yeah. Look at Grant. Wow, how he got that shot off with the right hand in front of the defender. I guess it was Ryan Anderson that's the answer, but...
we had the wrong Grant when we were in New York.
Yes. Although he did nicely. Wow, nice. Gordon, man. It's really nice to see him doing well after his wilderness.
Yeah, that was a long, strange trip for him. A lot of injuries.
A lot of confusion, I don't think he understood how the CBA worked and how when he had signed an extension, didn't understand
God.
that that's what he's supposed to be.
Unforced error.
But all right, so we have a little curl for him here. It's very simple stuff. They don't really run the D'Antoni offense per se. Maybe the notion of spacing is there, but you don't see a lot of the traditional corner action stuff they used to run in Phoenix.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's as sort of frenetic, 7 seconds or less.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw a foul there. Are we all caught up, by the way? I just like that noise. And, Lou Williams, picking him up this year.
That was big.
Huge. He can win you a game. He can win you 2 games in the series.
I feel like Lou Williams is what Brandon Jennings wants to be.
That's interesting. I'm not. Yeah. That's. Lou Williams is what Brandon Jennings wants
or
to
should be. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, Brandon Jennings just doesn't really. His shooting form would not indicate to me he could be consistent.
Right.
And Lou is pretty consistent. He can really knock that shot down. So yeah. All right. Now look. Here's some good offense. Is Russ out?
Whoa!
Oh, Abrinas. But look, point blank at the rim, wide open lane.
That's a third block for him?
Oh! What?
Wow.
That looked almost like he got it before he hit the board. Show the replay. Can you do something about that? Get them?
Sure, I'm on it. Right here. Asking you for.
Oh, he did. He got the board first.
Yeah.
I had to argue with somebody on Twitter about that. They didn't understand that if it hits the board first, that you can't touch it.
What I like the. It's always interesting when you see players come from Europe and they're not aware that you can't take the ball off the cylinder. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is Russ checking in? Yeah.
Whoa!
Nice. Great defense.
So Capella has 3 blocks.
Oh!
Oof.
Is that Lou? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That was Lou, and that was far. And that was no rhythm or anything, just kind of jab. Oh, what was weird? Didn't that look like NBA 2K for a second? It almost looked like that was...
It got a little digitized.
Something was weird about that. Robertson didn't look real. So we have a game, folks.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to end up a blowout by the end, and then we'd be talking about stripes or something.
I think it's I think this is going to work out quite nicely for us because we're going to watch the compelling end of this, and then we switch over for the last. The end of the third and the fourth of Memphis San Antonio, and it doesn't seem like anybody's pulling away in that game.
Oh right. I didn't see Get Out. Did you see Get Out?
Yes, I did. My buddy Jordan Peele did that movie. It's
You're buddies with
phenomenal.
Jordan Peele?
I am. Yes, Jordan is a good buddy of mine. He did improv with my wife in Amsterdam.
Now that's
Boom,
fraught with
Chicago.
all sorts of.
Boom Chicago veteran, and that's a guy.
Is your wife from
who-
Chicago?
Yeah, suburbs of Chicago.
Because I did the improv thing in Chicago.
Yeah, we talked about this. My
did?
wife came out of Chicago Improv. My wife was. We talked about this.
I don't remember.
My wife was Seth Meyers' comedy partner for 4 years.
But was Seth Meyers in Chicago?
Yeah, he came out of Chicago too.
Must have been after me.
Yeah, they're substantially younger than you are. No, I'm kidding. You're not that old, are you?
No, I'm not. 44.
Yeah, they're a couple years younger than you.
Younger?
Yeah.
So must have been right. So Seth Meyers is younger than me?
Yeah.
Gosh, I feel inadequate. Yeah, it must have been right after me, I guess. So anyhow, we'll talk about that more because I don't remember any of that. But if it happened, then I believe you.
Yeah, but I mean, if you haven't seen Get Out, it's a it's literally a socially conscious horror thriller, and it is.
Is there comedy in it?
Yeah, absolutely, and it is. I think the first movie premiere of a black director to break the $100 million mark.
Okay.
It's a
Let's go tonight,
fantastic
man.
film.
Let's go after the Grizzlies game. What do you say?
Well, dude, I would love to. Jordan's a phenomenally talented guy. I'm very happy for him.
All right. Well, maybe he'll come in the
cover of Time magazine.
Yeah. Hey, maybe
Seth Meyers cover of Time magazine. They got to get around to you and I sooner or later.
I'm waiting. Maybe Jordan Peele. You could have him stop by the B-Ball Breakdown studios.
Sure, I can do that.
He likes basketball, right?
Sure. Oh, easy.
Does he?
I don't know. I don't think he's much of a sports guy. San Antonio 6 points up at the half. 49-55. They're at half.
So they want me to talk about the pod. Yeah, all right. We'll have to figure that out. Maybe we'll talk about the pod. I'm going to probably launch a pod about culture and politics this summer, by the way.
Are you really?
I think I'm going to do that because when I've done the other ones, they've all done very, very well. There's definitely people who want to hear that. Some of them.
I've gone off the deep end politically in the last couple of weeks.
You'll have to come on, yeah.
I've gone a little myopic into the focus of my tweets. And
yes, the tweets are for sure.
I know it's tiresome, guys, but Jesus, we got to do something.
All right, let's all do that little, bump up the amplification here. Let's all hit that share button on Twitter or wherever you are, and let's let everybody know that we're here. The problem is, I got to change. If you do that more than once, you got to change that tweet, or else it's going to think it's a duplicate. So I'm going to get rid of the word Periscope. In fact, all right, here we go. All right, let's see what happens. Let's share this. I want to see everyone. Thank you, Ocean J, who's a dedicated follower of the B-Ball Breakdown live shows and whatnot. And share. I want to see everybody share this. Thank you. MJ or Braun? It's MJ. I'm sorry. I mean, listen, I went to every Michael Jordan game in Chicago, but I still think it's MJ.
As the greatest ever?
People had to say because of the ridiculous comparisons, he's the greatest of all-time shooter. Okay. But that's why they hate him?
He's greatest of all time clutch. He was also a two-way player, shooter, scorer. I think maybe you'd have to say LeBron is more physically dominant.
I guess, but you don't remember Michael being just such a physical. By the way, we have a huge influx of people here, so welcome to the B-Ball Breakdown Studios. I have with me John Henson first of all, you're just John Henson.
Yeah.
But you were also on Talk Soup, and where else did we see you?
Talk Soup, Wipeout. You might know me from stand-up comedy. I'm going to be doing a new project that I can't really talk about yet.
What?
I got a thing coming out that I'm going to be shooting in
a movie?
May. No, new TV show.
Oh,
game show thing. I'm going to be doing a little something.
All right. Is it like where families get together and they ask some questions and there's a
I
survey?
am made for reading English off a teleprompter. Everybody has their own skill in life. For me, English is my mother tongue, and I can read prompter better drunk than most people can sober.
You know what? Drunk Prompter could be a TV show.
It could be. It could be, starring me. I would say that how many people we got here? Oh, we had a nice little jump here. Probably because we're talking about Curry is overrated. We're hearing.
Oh, okay. Let's get into it then. Curry is the all-time greatest shooter we've ever seen in the NBA.
I don't think there's any question that he's certainly. I mean, who are you going to put up there with him?
What's up, Shoot Easy?
Who are you going to put up there with him? Like a Mark Price?
Right.
You're going to put a Reggie Miller? You're going to put a...
Right. By the way, yeah, sorry, you and Bill O'Reilly. Is that the show you're going to have? Now, here's the thing. That's why you can't talk about it. But the thing is, Mark Price, he could have shot threes like Steph Curry. They just didn't let him. He didn't know he should do it. He had this motion was as good as Steph's motion.
Right.
But he didn't. Steph did. We're in the culture, we're in the climate we are now.
Right.
So he has to, by volume and accuracy, has to get that mantle until the next guy comes along.
If you're picking each guy at the peak of his athleticism and you're putting him in a game of horse, you know what I mean? Who are you going to... Like Reggie Miller, I think, is probably known for being a great shooter, but he had such a funky motion. You can make a case that he was more of a clutch shooter than a pure shooter.
Well, yeah, you could say he wasn't a pure shooter, but he was a shooter like you wouldn't leave open. What's the difference? How he released it, I guess. But you know, I mean, you got to do it by the numbers, right? Like shooting is shooting, especially from three. And you know, Curry, Ray Allen, they're all up there. Even
Allen Houston,
Eddie Johnson. Okay, you had it took you, you know, good. We had a little break of the Knicks.
Yeah, like he broke the heart of the Heat
Bulls
as an 8 seed.
Yeah,
eliminating a 1 on their home floor.
I met Allen Houston. I can drop that name. If we're dropping names,
drop it like an anvil, pal.
I was going over all my shooting
Russ
stuff.
passed the ball. Grant with a big rant.
I like Grant on OKC. I really think he could be someone they can develop into somebody a really, you know, like a better Jeff Green.
Yeah.
Who was the best power forward from Walt Whitman High School in Huntington Station, New York? I think that's a loaded question.
Yeah, no. It seems like they have somebody in mind. I feel like Grant is a guy that can excel in a scenario that he's in where nobody's ever going to call plays for him. You know what I mean? Like, he's a guy who's going to find his opportunities in the course of the game.
Mm-hmm. Which also begs to believe, like some of those guys, like Dwight Howard, for instance, who will never have a play call for him at the end of the game because they're going to foul him.
Dude, he wasn't even looking for the ball a couple times in the last game.
Yeah.
Like, he was just coming down and just waiting around.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah. And by
waiting for somebody to shoot.
Yeah. And that's okay. But look at this. Beverly, we got Beverly and Russ. You know what? I don't even want Harden to guard Russ. I want Beverly to guard Russ down the stretch and just let him go at it. Oh.
Ooh.
This is good.
This is a couple of really key assists for Russ.
Yes. He draws the defense, focuses on him, and then he finds the open man. I'm excited about this, Russ.
This is the kind of play that you would like to see more of.
I'm so excited about Russ right now that I don't know. Lou.
Sweet Lou.
We're gonna be treated to a game.
Look at that. Bench points, 19-42. Oh!
All right, see this.
That was a little wacky, right?
Look at that save.
They just got that, right?
Yeah, he saved it off of Anderson. Put shoes on, you bum. Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry, brother.
You know what? I'll solidarity it with you. I'll take off my shoes. You know what? They were bothering me anyway.
Brighter future, Sixers or Timberwolves asking for a friend?
The Sixers.
Right.
I think Embiid is the brightest of the brightest futures.
Timberwolves, it's really surprising how little impact the coaching changes had there.
Russ, yes, I'm sorry. Russ, you know, this is where you don't want to get on your you know, what's the point of getting mad at your teammates now, right? This is the time when you want to give them a slap on the butt and say, hey, let's get it back. Don't scowl at him, you know. And then what was that foul? You know, and Russ says that too.
Oh, what do we got?
They're all nodding. Russ has got that expression on his face. Now I don't know
look at Russ with
why can't the rest let them talk? Right? If they're talking,
well, it just gets a little, you know.
Yeah, see, me and Reggie agree for probably the first time ever. If he calls a technical foul, I'm going to lose my.
You think Paul George will go to the Lakers? That was another question right here.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's already gone. He'll leave unless they trade him.
He just looked so miserable, didn't he?
Yeah, I love Paul. You know, I've known Paul since he's a rookie. And watching
Gugliotta. I had Gugliotta on a fantasy team. He was awesome.
Oh, Gugliotta, yeah, he was great until he took some supplements and had some problems.
All right, here we go.
Oh, look at that!
He threw the
best
ball
player,
away.
First team all defense. Don't.
Oh. Patrick Beverly called for it.
Russ did a little hop as a fake shot and showed some surprising restraint there. I can't wait for the tell-all book from Donovan.
Ooh. That was a little reckless. I feel like he wanted to put that up on the from the outside. He just made up his mind he was not going to pass that.
Yeah, and by the way, that also happens a little bit. You don't get touch the ball.
Right.
And
you
and
gotta
then
feel like you got to make something out of the possession.
And because of all the pressure on them, being disrespected.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
That looked like a little bit of a kick ball.
Oh yeah, I don't know. It looked like, let's see. You remember it has to be intentional, like
Right.
sticking out your foot, but no harm, no foul. You got a whole possession here. There's 20 seconds to go on the clock. Oh, they didn't. See, we're also going to get that moment where they're not going to call any fouls and let the players decide it.
There we go.
So that was a better 3. Catch and shoot.
Look, foul on Moana.
Russ is going to run out of gas. I don't think. We saw one game, I think, that Russ ran out of gas for the end of the
I don't
regular
even know
season.
that that's possible.
Yeah.
Especially not in an elimination game.
Right. Have you ever ran out of gas?
Dana Carvey looking ass.
Uh-oh. Don't get him started on his Dana Carvey impersonations.
So many threes from a below
Yeah.
average. Look at that.
Another one.
See, it's just now it's a little bit.
Right, he's taking 18
now
threes.
it's disruptive. Low.
Great hustle, though. I thought he was going to get it. How many threes is he taking? He's like 18?
I think let's check it. That would be, I believe you're right. I believe it would be 18.
Did I just jump back in time? No. Okay. I guess I'm seeing the same comments
5
over
to
and over
16.
again. 5 to 16. Yeah, 16 3 attempts with 6 minutes to go in the game is, decision making. That's the other thing. Is part of your shooting percentage is involved with shot selection.
Right.
It's not unless it's like they're throwing the ball with 2 seconds of the shot clock and you just have to jack it up. It's shot selection, and even though your teammates might not be great, it doesn't give you the. I've seen off-foot layups all over the place. They're timing it so the defense can't contest. All right, so now we got a 5-point lead. What's going to happen here? You need a really good shot.
Let's tweet out that link again, dude.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would have been a backbreaker.
Yeah, and that was a good shot. Oh, Harden took the foul and they didn't call it. It was way late. Did they call it on Harden, though? Because it was a really late.
Oh, look at Gordon.
All right, everybody, let's do another share the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm going to do it right now.
Just do it. Make like, what's that guy's name who's just, make like Shia LaBeouf and just do it. All right, let's see. You're going to watch me tweet. Watch me tweet, and then we'll go watch Nene. I got to delete this whole thing. We are live, and we are fun.
What are they chanting?
Refs, you suck, probably?
Yeah, I think so.
Get the rock to Trent Tucker. We got an old Knicks fan here. Refs, you suck. Thank you, Chudizi.
The Trent Tucker rule.
Yes, against the Bulls, I believe is who that was in the out of bounds. What posters do I have in the back?
That was 1/10 of a second.
You know what? At the timeout, I'll go through all the people in my posters in the back.
Okay.
Is LeBron a top 3 player ever? Absolutely. He's top. He's probably 2. I'd say he's 2 behind Michael. And by the way, I get so much crap from
You put okay. I'm just gonna make a case for Kareem.
Yeah. Oh no, you're right. Kareem deserves to be 1A,
I think
2A.
Kareem is somebody who does not get put high enough on the list of all-time great. I mean, you just get that the unstoppable hook and the length of his career, the fact that he wasn't injured,
Yeah, how many the MVPs,
longevity,
the titles,
yeah,
absolutely.
Is Westbrook taking too many threes right now? You tell me. 5 of what?
Yeah, just a few. They're too many. Let the offense. And he's also throwing his one-handed passes that he's going too fast, and and they're still only down by 3.
Why are the Hawks like the best team of all time at home? Kareem played with a top 5 player of all time. That's true.
Magic, yeah, that's true. I mean, listen, it's not his
LeBron's
fault.
never played with a top 5 player of all time. No, but he did play with two premier players in the league at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't necessarily judge a teammate versus all time, but if you're going to go with the league, you know, he played with two probably top 12 players in the league.
Yeah, but are we supposed to like diminish Kareem because he played with Magic? That's not fair to him, is
Right.
it? You know, it's like, what did he do? How did he do it on the court? I can't parse out, oh, well,
Yeah.
because Magic got him an extra 10 points a game. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Look, Magic is another guy. I mean, you know, Magic, you know, coming into the league at 6'9" at a time when centers were 6'10", you know. Guy ended up playing, what did he win? Played both center and point guard in the finals, you know.
Yep. Someone asked, is CJ better than Dame? It's a really interesting question, and I don't know if I really want to have to choose. They're both so good offensively. CJ showed me something on defense in this series a little bit. Maybe, and he's a little bit longer, a little taller than Dame. So I don't know. Here's the problem they're going to have with and Westbrook is a stat chaser. I mean, I think he is. I think everyone knows that. I think what we're going to have a problem with is that Harden has the potential to draw a foul on every possession going forward now. Right? And that's the problem we have when you're trying to guard this guy. Yeah. I think you got to double him
and
in
they're
the
the bonus, hands. Right?
Yeah, I would double him in the backcourt early, get it out of his hands, and then just front him, don't let him catch it again.
Oh, no, look at that. Does OKC only have one foul in this quarter?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at it. Is there a graphic or?
Look at that at the bottom
of
the
screen.
They're
both in the bonus, right?
Okay, no, they're both in the bonus. But what is the little
the timeouts?
Dot? Okay.
Now, that's a problem, too. If OKC only has one timeout left. How did that happen? Is that right?
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think that
Dame needs to play with somebody like Clay, otherwise he'll be an 8 seed his whole career. There's a lot of truth to that. Dame needs a number.
Well,
two,
I mean,
right?
you know, everybody needs a better.
wingman.
Everyone needs a better player, another big man or whatever. Yeah. Higher ceiling. Sixers, the Bucks. If Jabari stays healthy, now that's interesting, because I think the Bucks are primed to be really good. If Jabari Parker comes back and they get Thon Maker to develop like he's been developing,
right?
Like that's a really good team.
I think the Bucks is sort of like the perfect example of a team that rebuilt without tanking. You know what I mean? Like they never really dropped out of competitive basketball and yet are on the verge of becoming a relatively elite team.
Yep. I mean, certainly, in the last 3-4 years they didn't. They made the playoffs. They missed it. They weren't like all out tank mode for
sure.
They
had a bit of a regression in Kidd's second season, but I mean, you know, they're still, like you said, they got some. Ooh. Oh.
So you see what he does there? It's got to be so frustrating as he swings his arm. He's battering you, and it's really there's not a lot you can do. That's why I said that I don't see why they're not trying to get the ball out of his hands early.
Super crafty player.
And you know that hurts him.
When's the last time anybody ever saw him without a beard?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I think he probably traveled there too. Yeah, you got to just sort of sag off and hope that he, goad him into shooting it from the outside and hope he misses.
Does JaVale McGee deserve to start over Zaza?
At this point, I think he does. Have you been watching those games?
Yeah.
He's laser focused, locked in, unlike I've never seen JaVale before.
Yeah, especially for a guy that, has, whether it's due to Shaq riding him or not, has a reputation as a bit of a bonehead player.
You could say he smokes a lot of pot. What?
Sure, a little bit.
Is that what you meant?
It's legal.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Oh!
It's like, no.
Right?
The ball doesn't get below the free throw line. They're not in position for a rebound. Here's where you got to, that's it. No, you got to stay there.
Trap
okay.
it.
Then look, see how he's doing it? That's what you got to do. And then front him and don't let him catch it again. Now the shot clock is working against him. Oh, boy. So now you got a problem. This is the difference between like Russ and Harden is that Harden gives it up and Lou can make a play.
Right.
Can anybody do that on the Thunder? Can Oladipo drive the basket hard and make that dish?
No.
I don't know. Maybe not. We don't. I don't. I feel like I don't know.
Personal on Russ.
He's got to stay in. They can't take him out now.
No.
I just wish the offense that Russ could use the offense more to get him better shots. Not that he doesn't have to take as many, just to get better shots with the offense working for him.
I think that the tantalizing thing would be if you had the ability to control him as a player and as a if you could take somebody with his physical gifts and have them conform to a system, what would that do?
Yeah, you get like what you kind of get Tony Parker, the Spurs a little bit.
See,
a guy who averaged.
I mean, that's just straight up between the legs.
So no, that's not a good shot either.
Adams, Moana. Oh my God! Oladipo just threw it to the fourth row. Look at Russ, gonna let him know.
No, he's calm. Look, he's not.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to yank him now. That's the other problem is, this is like yanking pros for making a mistake. They need Oladipo. But or maybe he's not yanking him. I don't know what he was doing. Donovan was frantically waving for something. Oh, and then he wanted Robertson back in. Couldn't get him in fast enough.
Ooh.
He's got 5, so he can't afford to foul them.
Yeah. This is a very tough point here. You got 9 points, so you kind of got to press. It's just going to be a... Oh! Oh, you needed that. You needed to convert that, stop the clock, and get 3 out of that.
I was surprised he caught it. He threw a fastball from about 5 feet away. Let's see. Oh, no, they're not going to show that one. Yeah. You got to give Harden space and try and go and shoot a jumper. And hope he misses. I don't see if there's any other way, because the alternative is either fouls or a layup.
Think Westbrook and Blake and more shooters could make it to the conference finals.
Westbrook and Blake and more shooters. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Blake and Adams and a shooter and Russ and whatever. They could do it. I mean, listen,
Yeah, big free agent would come to OKC for Russ. That was the question that I was asking earlier, is who's going to want to play with him. But as you said, Blake could want to go home, right?
Yeah, oh, right. Now, because I wasn't even considering, well, Blake might not command any kind of market the way he thinks he is. He might not, just because of the injuries and whatever.
I hate to say it, but it is exactly the kind of thing that New York would do. You want a big splashy name. You pay somebody, you overpay for what somebody was 2 years ago.
Yep.
A big market might appeal to him.
Yeah. Let's see here. I mean, I have some questions on Twitter.
Wipeout is not coming back, pal. It's been off for a couple of years now. Welcome.
Hey, never say never.
Well, we talked about that the other day. I was saying to somebody, I had lunch with one of the producers of Wipeout, and they were saying that that's the kind of show that could have some bizarre renaissance a couple of years from now, that people decide, you know what, let's do that show again. That kind of physical humor is just kind of timeless. I mean, that is literally like, that's the Keystone Cops, that's Charlie Chaplin. People falling down is always funny.
Yes, it is. And getting hit in strange places.
All right, yeah, let's tweet out this link. Let's get some people going here.
I don't like. So I looked up. You remember the scene in Die Hard when Ellis, I think it's Ellis. His name goes, Hans, Booby.
Yeah.
I'm your white knight.
Yeah.
I don't like that Booby is spelled B-U-B-Y, because I don't think it gets. I think it's like B-U-B-B-E.
Oh yeah. I think you're right.
Like Booby, it's
Booby,
like
the Russian Booby.
Yeah, right.
The sort of.
But I looked it up on Google, and Google something that you would do it B-U-B-B-Y, and I'm worried that people are not. They're gonna think it's Bubby. It's
right.
Booby. It's B-U-B-B-E. I'm gonna do B-U-B-B-E. That's how it is. All right.
Hayward.
All right. All right, we're back. Here it is, the home stretch. Take the socks off.
Take
Whoa.
the socks
I don't know if we can
easy.
do that. I don't know.
Look, we got a little salt and pepper thing working. I feel like we've done this very well.
Yeah, and by the way, my feet are getting a little closer to yours every few minutes. So
I think people are sort of rooting for a budding romance. So what do you expect out of the last 3.5 minutes? Has it just become jailbreak offense for OKC? Is it just Russ all day long and then again on Sunday?
I mean, if I were them, I would try and force the issue, force the referees to make these calls, get to the free throw line, because you got to get these free points with the clock stopped. You have to get fouls.
Dude, we're up to about 400 people, 350 people.
Dude, that was on your retweet? Nice, because I didn't retweet. Maybe I did. Well, anyway, welcome if you're just joining us to the B-Ball Breakdown Studios. I am, as always, Coach Nick, and we have John Henson with us as we've been talking about a wide range of topics. Every once in a while, we talk about the game, which is always nice.
I don't know a lot, but I talk a lot. So I'm like I sell every comment at a loss, but I make it up in volume.
Yeah, and that's nothing that you like Russ. You are the Russell Westbrook.
I am the Russell Westbrook. Yeah, I just take a lot of shots.
Yes.
Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Coach.
That's true. And then do you do anything like for your muscle enhancing? Do you take anything for that?
I try to lift Steve Adams' brow.
Okay.
I'm not strong enough to do that. It takes 10 men to lift Steven Adams' brow.
Now I have a question. He didn't just try that.
He did.
Now why don't they just foul him? Oh, I'm sorry. Whoa! Did he miss that? Oh,
jeez, they're arguing with each other.
Yeah, Russ just stopped his own man from tipping the ball in.
Oh God, Russ!
It's just wild. It's wild and out of control. It kind of reminds me of like when I'd be coaching ninth graders who have all this athletic ability, have no idea how to control it. That's what I see sometimes with these plays, and it's just you shouldn't be that way in the NBA. And he doesn't stop the penetration, but they get the rebound. I know he's got 5 fouls.
You got to convert here, right?
Yeah, and now they're going to start fouling Hacken Robertson, which is I wonder why they didn't do it before. Now, I mean, part of the reason why is because they want the clock to run.
What does he shoot from the line? Like 57%? 60%?
No, I think it's lower than that.
Really?
Well, I think it's in the 20s, something crazy. Now, last night they did it, or the last game, you saw they did the Hacker Robertson, and he went like 2 for 8 down the stretch with it, and they wouldn't take him out. And
2 for 17.
Yeah, there it is. For the season, that's what I meant.
42% on the season.
Yeah.
God, I gave him a 15-point bulge.
It's too much arc is what he does on his jump shots. I got to look at the free throws. I can't remember now what the deal is. Let's look at it here. Well, first of all, his feet could be staggered better and get more of a turn.
On his hairline, though.
Yeah, it's just too much arc.
Yeah, that is a bit of a rainbow. He's shooting it as if he's under pressure from a charging defender.
Yes, he's shooting like there's a 10-foot, broomstick in front of him, holding it up. I think the game is over.
I think you're right. I think there's going to be an epic Russ tirade in the post-game interviews. What do you think?
You really, I think he'll. I would hope that he understood that like this team is better, and it's not like they lost in Game 7, whatever. Like right, like I think he'd understand that.
I just think that that's a guy who has a
great steal.
I mean, I don't think he's going to be a guy that's.
Great steal!
Wow!
Oh, now that's a great highlight, and that's all Robertson.
Who just got crushed on that pick right there?
I don't even know. Was it? I want to say it was Gordon, but I don't know.
God, he just lost.
Oh, it's Beverly?
Team.
Or no, it was Gordon. Who was it?
Yeah.
Beverly is he in? Yeah. Whoa!
What?
No way! Yikes!
That's a little upsetting. It's a good thing we're up by 7, Coach.
Yeah. That was a way. Let's just run the whole clock down, I guess, right?
Look. Oh.
And wait. Yeah, that was Beverly, yeah. That was a serious wood he laid.
Yeah. Stick of the week, dude.
Yeah, we had another one I mined. I'm forgetting who it was a couple of games ago. Got laid out. Oh, Jesus. Attack the basket. Get a foul call. Stop the clock. This is the problem.
Oh, boy. Yeah, he doesn't have his legs underneath him. Reggie just said it. Let's take a look at his shooting right now.
How can I sit my legs like this? I don't know. I mean,
5 of 17 from downtown, 14 of 31 for 45 points. And he's 1 assist shy of a triple-double.
I mean,
he'll go for it here.
Yeah, right.
Last play
1
of the
assist.
game.
Yeah, right. Just to get it. Oh, there it
He
is.
got it! Oh, that was for the triple-double. He still might have a shot. They're going to get the ball back.
You know what? It's not enough. They don't run offense that could get these guys shots they can make.
Right.
I think that's the issue. More than anything. I mean, as much as anything else.
That would have made me really happy if that guy
right.
had dropped that ball for him. Okay, here we go. Give it up, Russ.
Right. Now, that's a mistake. He shouldn't have given it to him.
Yeah, didn't Robertson know?
Well, no, but either way, Robertson knows they're going to foul them right away. So
Right.
Russ can't pass it to him.
Right.
You know, that's when you push it and you go, I mean, he's probably exhausted at this point. But, you know. Oh, there's a redheaded kid in the background.
Yeah.
Like, how does he get that seat? That seat's so expensive.
There's a team manager in the offing.
Yeah, right.
They probably said that about Blake Griffin one day.
You know, if Robertson uses the turn a little bit more, staggers his feet more, less arc, I'm telling you, he'd improve 12 points, and then they wouldn't be doing this to him. You play ball like a girl. Thank you.
Like Cheryl
Miller, yeah.
This guy keeps reading.
There it is.
QB Brown would appreciate the fixture's
Oh.
mediocre shooting. Dude, I gave it to you, all right? I read your quote. Redhead reference, come on.
Wait. We just
Sorry,
missed this. Oh, I'm looking down for a second. Look at this. He got a steal off of the rebound and put it back. Let's see.
Ooh,
Oh, nice.
Opportunistic.
I mean, you know, he gets the free throw. Oh, actually, he misses it on purpose. They get a 3. Foul.
Oh!
Oh,
dude. Oh.
And D'Antoni's fired up. He's not happy at all. I wonder why. Now, you saw that. Did you see when they did it before when Adams missed the shot on purpose, the free throw, and got it to Russ for a 3?
No.
They did that in the last game, and it was amazing. It was exactly like they would have practiced.
Never
it.
works.
He hit out the front of the rim and kind of came right back, and he caught it in the air, and it's like a Statue of Liberty right to Russ for the 3, and he hit it. Is D'Antoni a good coach or an average coach, Nick? He's definitely above average. I mean, offensively, he is elite. Like, he has invented a whole new way of playing. I don't think he does much on the defensive end, and so, you know, he gets a...
Yeah, there's a hard cap on how good a coach you can say. I'd say he's an innovative basketball mind, but as a coach, you know, there's just sort of a cap. Like you said, it's defense wins championships, and in the postseason, he's struggled as a result of that deficiency. Do you think, somebody just said, name 5 point guards that you would rather have than Russ? Is there 5 point guards you would rather have than Russ?
5? I mean, are we talking about like traditional point guards or whatever? I mean, okay.
Just name the people
Right,
that you would
Steph
rather
Curry.
have. Steph Curry, right?
Is James Harden the point guard now?
You wouldn't go Chris Paul next?
Well, okay. Steph Curry, Chris Paul. Who else do you want to put in my mouth?
I mean,
Can we put? I mean,
Wall?
yes, I have John Wall ahead. I would not have Lowry ahead. Let's see. I would do Chris Paul, Steph Curry, John Wall. I would put James Harden ahead of Russ in my book if we consider him a point guard. I know I'm missing, like Dame. You know, probably would I take Dame over Russ? That's interesting. I don't know. So I guess if I'm saying no, I don't know. Then I guess no. Who else is there? There's got to be another point guard.
Who else? Dude in Cleveland.
Point guard?
Yeah.
Oh. Would I take Kyrie over Russ? That's fascinating. I don't know. What would you do?
I mean,
I might have to go to like who's got better style. I don't know. Seriously. Would I take Kyrie? I don't know.
I don't know. I would maybe make the case that.
Would you take Darrell Walker over Russ?
I think I would make the case that. Well, Kyrie's a little younger, right?
Yeah, he can shoot much better.
And he is not maybe going to hurt you as often as Russ might hurt you if he played for you.
Right, but then he might not help you as much either. He's a better three-point shooter. He doesn't really facilitate ever, but that could very well be because he's playing with LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it would be kind of crazy to say you take Kyrie over Russ, but you know,
Giannis
as a point guard.
Right.
Oh, I take him over Russ. Oh, I take him over Russ. Yeah, yeah. So we can probably find if we put Giannis there then that's 5, right? Or it's 4 or 5. Yeah, I would probably almost take Giannis over anybody right now. Almost. We love these hearts. I'm gonna give myself some hearts.
Thunder had plenty of opportunities, offensive rebound, settle for horrible shots.
Right. Settling for horrible shots is a great example. And by the way, they set their whole season up to be this way, right? They never really ran offense that would generate shots for anybody else, and then they don't know how to do it when they need to do it.
Somebody just asked an interesting question. So, Jimmy Butler or DeMar DeRozan?
Oh, Jimmy Butler, right?
Yeah, but not DeRozan.
Hearts are the worst thing about Periscope. What? I'm going to give myself some more hearts.
No, wait. The question was, how is Russ a top 5 player in the league then? If there's 5 point guards you would take before him.
That's what got me in trouble, when this whole thing started about Russ, is I wouldn't put him in the top 5. Should we switch over? What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
So, I don't know.
Like Jim Henson is
I don't know.
bleeding out of his neck.
What Russ does in volume that's not, efficient, still merits a lot of kudos in a way that, like, you gotta, I'm a JFK conspiracy nut, but I'll admit that, like, that's crazy talk sometimes where I get into.
Ooh, God, look at this. Oh, God.
Yeah. And so I will say that, and to say that Russ is not a top 5 player in the league just simply becomes kind of conspiracy.
Look, Vince Carter making his presence known.
Right. And he was, he was nice about it. I just smashed your head in the ground as hard as I can, but I'm sorry, dude.
You like the way Vince Carter's reinvented himself in the tail end of his career? Has he redeemed himself?
From his non-trying days in Toronto?
Yeah. Look at that's gonna be a shiner.
Yeah.
That's a little.
You'll feel that in the morning.
That's rubbed raw.
But wait. Right there. But they dove for the ball, and they're talking about this being a flagrant on Vince.
I guess.
Because he really tried to get on top and not push him down. I mean, that's a tough one, man. Who knows?
Bring back Steve Javi. No, I like it, but I mean, I think we've even talked about. Have we not talked about Vince Carter before? Vince Carter to me is an interesting case of a guy who's had a renaissance in terms of reputation in the tail end of his career. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say that. People have forgotten.
He was a cancer.
Yeah.
When in the first half of his career, he was like
the
epitome of selfishness, right?
Yeah. I could see that being rehabbed a little bit.
And now he's like the phenomenal veteran teammate.
Good for Vince. All right, what's happening here? So we have, so San Antonio took control of this game. And that's always that was the point I was trying to make. The Grizzlies have to expend so much energy just to kind of stay barely.
Well, they have far less room for error. They got to play a virtually perfect game against a team like San Antonio. You know what I mean?
Or in order to stay close, risk expending so much energy.
Oh, pretty.
I love Patty Mills, man. I love it.
Petty had that shoulder injury. He had that amazing postseason. Then he immediately didn't he have a contract year, and he had that shoulder injury, and they gave him a 1 year.
Yeah.
Right, just a make good kind of a thing. What was his next contract after that 1 year? Did they give him a 3 year after that?
I don't know. Probably. It sucked because he was going to get paid, and then got hurt, and no one really wanted to deal with that, which is weird because I would have. He's he's going to recover from that. Someone wanted to ask me Brian Windhorse's theory of college refs being that much worse than NBA refs. Absolutely, college refs are terrible. They are so behind the times. Don't understand how the game works. That's all I ever get when I watch college now is how bad the refs are.
Really?
Yeah. Do you watch any college?
I don't. I only have so much. I got 2 little kids. I only have so much time to watch sports. It's a challenge for me to even make time for the pros.
So here's the game that's about to be, get out of hand here.
But yeah, because it's not like Memphis is a score a ton of points,
right?
Kind of team. We could go over to the TNT game and watch. The Utah Clippers is just starting to kick off.
Greg Pop, greatest all-time coach. You know what? I mean, I used to still think that I liked Phil, but you know what? At this point, and by the way, Phil has done some real damage to his legacy, with the whole triangle thing and with what's going on in New York. And it's too bad he's not coaching there. But I still feel like he's kind of going to go down. That's going to be the.
It's going to tarnish his reputation a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's going to be very. I think at the end of the day.
What?
Thunder tied it? Get the fuck out.
Oh, he was kidding with us. Good for you.
I think at the end of the day, he's getting sort of pantsed as an executive. He's made some sort of rookie mistakes, right? He gave Carmelo the no trade. And I did like some of his, what I thought to be low risk, high reward choices going into the season. I thought it was a smart move to trade for Derrick Rose, and Derrick Rose did have a sort of resurgent year health wise, and he is still very consistent getting to the cup. He just he's a sieve on defense. The Noah contract obviously looks bad, but Phil has also done really well in the second round. I mean, you look at somebody like Willie Herman Gomez. That dude is a fucking stud, man.
Yeah. No, I love him. I love what he does.
I mean, that kid. Did you look at his per 36 totals this year? He's almost a double-double.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's but whatever. He's got a lot of ability. He could be like a Gasol.
Exactly.
I don't know which one,
but he got him late in the second round.
Yeah.
I like Kuz. I like Ron Baker.
Oh, come on. Oh.
It'll be interesting. What do you think we're going to get from Melo? I mean, Phil has sort of painted himself into a corner, right? We know we got to get rid of him. Who the hell is going to, if you're not going to give up a lot for Blake, what are you going to give up for Melo?
Yeah, you get some loose change. It won't be what he's worth, even though I'm not even sure what he's worth now.
Let me just throw out a scenario for you. Let's say we get a top 5 pick, right? So let's say we're going to pick 6th.
Okay.
Melo and the number 6 pick for the number 1 pick for Boston's number 1.
I just don't think Boston wants Melo, but that's interesting. What did Melo end up scoring this year?
20. Let's see.
I mean, here's what you have to remember: Melo on a different team, different situation, could really be good.
You want Olympic Melo, right? Is what you want now.
Yeah.
Is you want to, and I'm just going to make the case for it that when you got Isaiah Thomas, if you put Melo in a position where you are not going to be, you're basically just allowing him to become a spot-up shooter. You're allowing him to be a guy that floats out at the perimeter and has catch-and-shoot opportunities, and you can kick the ball to him when you need a basket late in a quarter or a game, and he is either going to draw a foul or get a shot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's the best Melo you can get.
Right? Because fucking Olympic Melo is ridiculous.
Right.
It's when he becomes the number one option that you see the flaws in his game, and it becomes a bigger problem.
Olympic Melo, as the number 3 option, leads the team in scoring as a number 3 option, and it's great. Someone's actually said, remember my bad lip reading videos. Funny you should mention that, because you and I are talking about perhaps creating some of those.
I'm
right?
dying to do it, dude. You
All
were
right.
supposed to send me 22.4.
I had a bunch.
That was the last I heard of it.
I
You
know.
didn't send me some.
Yeah, listen, I am only one man, but I want to do it for the playoffs. So we now have a whole first round with a lot of those interviews.
We also got to work on a couple of the tweets, right?
Which tweets?
Didn't we work on NBA tweets? Didn't we?
Oh, we did. We did a little bit of This Week in NBA Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and someone wanted to know how we met. And I was going to say it's some sort of steamy podcast. But,
we actually met through Twitter, did we not?
I'm sure we did.
Right? Would it be Tommy D that kind of made an introduction between us?
I think, you were following me or whatever, and I following you. And
But I found you through Tommy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Tommy and I are always talking, so yeah. And then, yeah, whenever I see anybody, who's following me or whatever, that we're following each other, I always reach out. And
I think I reached out and gave you props and I will say this, unsolicited, organic, non-pimped compliment. If you're not following B-Ball Break, if you're not going to YouTube, if you don't have the app, I think I reached out to you and said that I legitimately learn from watching your film analysis. As somebody who is a basketball enthusiast but did not play organized ball, if you want to sort of take your casual appreciation of the game to the next level, so where you can sort of understand certain plays, certain sets, certain schemes, and have a little bit more appreciation for off-ball movement and stuff, I felt like I was actually learning from watching your film analysis. I will give you that.
Thanks. Thank you so much. That was very nice of you. But someone suggested maybe it was Match.com. Oh, look at that. How did you do that?
Oh, that's sweet.
Kingston, you're going crazy out here. Oh, that's so nice. We are. This is not a kiss cam though, but
I would love a seat in the room next time. I'll bring my own chair till I get elevated to the sofa. I like it.
I clicked on the Hot Girls 5 miles from me. Oh no. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of love out there. All the interaction I had, listen, even with the Russ people or the Heat fans or the Cavalier fans out there, it's a conversation, man. That's what we're doing here. And as long as we're, not going overboard on that stuff, I always will reply and engage and talk to you. Let's touch toes.
All right, there we go.
Wait, that wasn't good.
All right.
There we go. That was electric.
Yeah, that's just suddenly I feel dirty. I feel like Irene Cara at the end of Fame, taking her shirt off.
Yeah, hey, it's like Truffaut.
It's très joli, Coco.
Nobody will even have any idea what we're talking about.
No, but I will give you that. I honestly, I think if people don't follow, if people just know you from Twitter, they would be doing themselves a disservice if they like your Twitter feed, if they didn't go over and check out the YouTube channel and the app.
Oh, wait a minute. Are we missing the other game right now? Let's look at that, because the other game is on.
Yeah, let's go to the Clippers game.
All right. Hey.
Oh, here we go. Paul Pierce in the game early.
Amazing. Amazing, but he's been pretty ineffective as far as I can see. There he is. Oh, they missed him. Good rotation by Chris Paul on the weak side, I guess. But Chris Paul's about 2 feet shorter than Gobert?
Who's the best player in this series for you?
Rodney. Who's the best player in this series?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Chris Paul and Joe Johnson are right now the best players right here. And look at that.
How funny, man. Did you think Joe Johnson's career was over when he was in Brooklyn?
It looked that way. But also, you got the sense that, bad, team wasn't going well, bad culture. It would maybe a matter of time to just get somewhere else. Hey, look at those hands on Gobert. Come on, Rodney Hood. Jinging, well, I don't call him Jingles, I call him Jingles. Isn't that what we all call him? All right, look at, Oh.
KP, Melo, Knicks pick for Horford, Brown, and Celtics pick? What? Get the fuck out of here. We're not trading KP, dude. Although, I gotta be honest with you, that fucking not showing up for his exit interview bummed me out. That's a bad sign from a young player.
It was interesting, yes. Was there an excuse?
The word is that it was his team that advised him to do it. But yeah, I mean, to me, that's for a Knicks fan who's looking to change the culture, right?
Yeah.
I think you gotta nip that shit in the bud, because that is to me an indication that he's learning bad habits, and I don't know if that's coming from Melo. I don't know if that's. I've heard that KP is not a fan of Rose, and was.
I can follow that.
Probably a little pissed that Phil was even making intimations about bringing Rose back. How bad do you feel for fucking Rose having another knee injury at the end of a healthy season, contract year?
Yeah.
And obviously is not going to get anywhere near the max that he was rumored to be looking for at the middle of the season. But holy cow!
Let's all do our game where we all share this Periscope. So
I'll do
get
it.
out there, share it. Let me see. I want to see everyone out there with a little notification that you shared it on Twitter or wherever you might be. Let's get some more people in here. What do you say? Oh, hearts, more hearts. I love the hearts. And we are watching the Jazz game now. If you have just joined us, of course, I'm Coach Nick. This is John Henson, and we are cracking wise and having a great time and analyzing a little bit of the game. So we have, let's see, Utah up 4. So the question now is, who wins this series, the Jazz or the Clippers? Clippers are at home for the game 5.
No, without Blake, it's hard, man.
People would argue that without Blake, they're better.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, he was gone for a long time when he broke his hand, and
now they got Austin Rivers back.
Boy, he really, that had an impact on his career, didn't it? That whole incident, that tarnishing of his sort of golden boy image.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Blake, punching the trainer. He breaks his hand. All of a sudden, people are like, maybe you need to get rid of the dude.
Yeah.
And then their play with him out.
Yeah, was
Do you know what I mean? It was a little revealing.
Yeah. And then, he's just had a lot of injuries, and to the point where you got to kind of, I hate to say it, he's kind of, he has that label. All right. And, I would love to see DeAndre Jordan get 3 post-ups a game.
DeAndre Jordan, do you think he is...
You see who's sitting there at the scores table is the guy, Brooks.
Oh, Scott
Brooks.
Brooks.
James Brooks.
Would you say that DeAndre Jordan is 80% as good as he thinks he is?
I think DeAndre Jordan thinks he's as good. I think he's got a pretty good sense of who he is, right?
Right. You think maybe Doc Rivers had maybe I
don't know. I mean, but Doc was always on the defensive end. Doc was campaigning on the defensive end always. It was never. And in fact, Doc probably just thinks he's worse on offense than he is. I've seen him do these jump hook with right hand and stuff, and they don't. Everything good? Uh-oh. All right. Well. Okay. But we have a question here. We have why does Quinn Snyder look like a Bond villain? It's the hair, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and the name Quinn,
Oh, yeah, right. And the suits.
Would you say, where would DeAndre negging on the Mavs rank in biggest free agent blunders?
Oh, it's got to be up there. I mean, I can't think of anything crazier. Banana boat, guys running back and forth. I mean, it was a saga that I don't know if we ever see again. So that's certainly up there.
Really, really crushed the Mavs.
Oh, okay. Yes, they bring in DeAndre and they have Dirk, whatever. Yeah, you're right. They probably had. This was not this year. This was last year, right? So it didn't help. Chandler Parsons didn't help.
Right. I mean, boy, there's a guy that seems to be overrated, huh?
He can't get healthy. and I guess that's part of being the rating, or being rated or not. The Nerlens trade is still a steal for the Mavs. Yeah, that was. I mean, Nerlens Noel is going to be a good player. Joe Johnson might be the greatest to ever wear a Jazz uniform. Well, come on, you had Karl Malone. I mean,
what if the Lakers ended up with Lonzo Ball and PG-13? That's possible. I don't know. Are the Lakers going to get there? Are they going to lose their pick?
Didn't they finish with the third worst record?
Right.
So it's like, you know, yeah. So the odds that they're going to keep it are, who knows the odds? 4 to 1, 45%. That ain't great. It ain't the worst, but it ain't great. Then again, if they had the worst record, it would be 50 something, right? It wasn't like a huge jump.
Right. Yeah.
But do we think it's rigged?
53.1% Sixers get the pick.
Okay, right. So they went from, it would have been 53 there to 45. Yeah, you know, who knows how that's going to work. I mean, you know, the league at some point is going to do a mea culpa for canceling the Chris Paul trade.
Right. And
you know,
do you want Lonzo Ball with the fucking LeVar Ball circus?
I wonder how bad the parent circus ends up being at the NBA level. I think it's a distraction. I think it's annoying. We've seen it with Karl Anthony Towns a little bit. But this is, I mean, but then again, Lamar Ball. I think LeVar Ball just wants a reality show.
I mean, I just don't see. I think that guy is so plugged into what he considers his role and his value to the brand that I can't see him easing off the throttle in the pros. In fact, there's a chance on a team like the Lakers that is so sort of floundering for an identity that he could see a chance to fill that void and just come in and be even louder.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Hop. Oh, missed it. You know, now this is the other thing is, you know, because we can get these interesting talks, and that's not about this game, because I feel like this game, I don't know, they played a pretty exciting game the other night, but there's something that's just not as compelling about these two guys going at it. I don't know what it is. What is Austin Rivers doing?
Ooh, Paul.
Yeah, you know, Paul Pierce is not going to be able to get around anybody.
Got a little daylight there, wanted the veteran call.
Double ball screen, kick, little split their feet. Come on, Rodney Hood.
Ooh, open, wide.
See they got the same shot twice in a row. Good shot, but you can't hit them all.
You think this is going to be the last year for the Clippers with this, sort of incarnation, right?
Well, just
feels like they would be foolish to just reload and bring it all back. You know what I mean? And just be like, no, all we're missing is health.
Knowing Doc, but it's not going to be Doc's decision. It's going to be Chris Paul's decision, and not Blake. Is it Blake? Is he a free agent? Maybe restricted.
I think he is, right? I think he's restricted.
Something. Maybe, I can't remember, but it's really going to be up to Chris Paul what he wants to do, because he leaves and the whole thing falls apart either way. He should go to, he should replace Tony Parker.
Ooh, that would be fascinating. Can
Tony
you
Parker,
imagine a guy like Chris Paul in a system like San Antonio?
It's a little bit hard, by the way, because he's such a ball dominant, wants to dribble all the time. But can you imagine?
But that's the thing. I mean, Pop has played so many different styles of ball successfully. You don't think that he could adapt to that personnel?
I would think that CP3 look around going, oh, this is going to be really great for me. Give up the ball early, come around a couple of picks, then get the ball on attack. I think he would actually love that and be even better than ever. Like, I think he'd have a whole second act of his career,
right?
For like 4 years.
What do you think the real value of Austin Rivers is?
Not much. I never really thought much. I know there were streaks of where he, a serviceable NBA player, but, and now he's trying to get it all back in one shot.
A little bit of the Bill Simmons irrational confidence kind of vibe.
I got on the court with Austin Rivers when he was a few years ago now, and he demonstrated a crossover move that was so vicious and creative that I could never even fathom, through the legs and then a jab step at the same. I mean, whatever he did was insane. And so the guy's got skill up the wazoo, but he's physically not imposing, and there's an issue with his decision making. Yikes.
It's funny, man. I was when they're coming up on the All-Star break when they were talking about flipping Melo to the Clippers, and there was the talk of the package was Austin Rivers, Jamal Crawford, and there was one more player. And I at the time I was like that you cannot flip Melo for 3 backups. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now it seems like that would be a haul. Oh, this game's tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, right. We're back on the Spurs.
I'm going to be eating my words. I was saying that they didn't have the ability to get back in a game, and they were down, what?
It was doubled. It was 15, 14,
15,
whatever
16,
it was.
I thought.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left, though, so we're back with the Grizzlies and the Spurs, and is that camera not working anymore? No? All right, we lost one of our cameras somehow. I bet you if we
Okay, dude,
I'll plug
stop
it back in. It might screw around with the it might not. We'll see. You might have to add it again, but we'll see. Did that do anything? You might have to add it again. Did it disappear?
Love you too, brother.
Well, I mean, Kawhi is just going to keep treating us to shot after shot, clutch moment after clutch moment.
All right, I'll
keep talking, John. Well,
all right, so let's talk about what draft order would you go in?
Are you talking? Oh, wait. What do you mean?
They were saying let's talk about the draft. What order would you pick him? So over Foles?
I've been saying that even though you can't, they're both so good. But I like Lonzo. I like his length. I like the possibility of him being a defensive player. We haven't really seen it in college.
Yeah, he did get shut down though in the.
Yeah, rumor has it he had a groin injury.
Yeah, you know where that rumor came from.
His groin? Oh, okay. Well, it looked something was off.
Oh,
right?
I cried when Barron injured his leg as a Knick. Yeah, dude, that was horrible.
It was gruesome.
It was so bad, and he wanted to come back. Do you remember he made that thing a couple years later? I'm gonna come back.
Yeah, I tried to cover it. I was like, because I ran into him. I'm like, hey, let me film, whatever, and I never make it happen.
Yes, I do stay in contact with Alan Wu, my boy Alan Wu from Talk Soup.
Lonzo's shooting form might be a nightmare, but he's an elite shooter. So let's not even go there, I guess. So here's this weird. Oh wait, so Doc is playing a lineup right now that played all of 6 minutes together in the regular season, and it was clutch for them the other night. Although I'm sorry, Memphis ended up winning the game. But it wasn't great. But and here they are. Let's see if it works for them now. But it's just weird to me that you end up going crunch time with a lineup that never played together.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess you got to go with what worked, right? I mean, is it like you just try to catch fire again?
Right. I mean, and by the way, did it work because they ended up losing? It was okay. Right. It kept them.
Tony Parker putting his head down.
But it's great tip. But yeah, Parker and Mills in together, which is like a strange, short backcourt.
Aldridge has not been playing well this postseason, has he?
I have to look at his numbers. I think he's been fine.
Ooh.
All right.
Wow.
Look at that. Staying within 5. I didn't think he was going to be an NBA player.
Harrison?
Yeah, coming out of Kentucky. I just didn't see it. So they're running a little flex.
I mean, look at that. And he just rises up and...
Yeah, what do people not see about him that he's the best player in the league?
You could make a case where he's the best player on both sides of the ball, right?
Yes.
I mean, it might not be a strong case defensively, but you can make that case. He's probably a top 5 defender in the league.
Kawhi? Yeah. Absolutely. He's higher than top 5. And look at when he scores now. He isolates. He hangs. He fades.
Right.
Every shot, post-ups, threes. It doesn't matter. The guy, and so I remember, somebody complaining he hasn't had a 40-point game, whatever. I'm like, I don't care if he has a 40-point game. He's had plenty of 30-point games.
My mom always talked about leaving Dad for John Henson from Wipeout.
Wow.
My mom's a smart woman.
Yeah.
Kawhi's the new Pippen. I feel like Kawhi is, Pippen had some time as the number 1 option, but I feel like Pippen might have been better suited to a number 2 as a complementary player, and Kawhi has sort of stepped into that role as being more of a number 1.
Did you see the original Alien?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I think, how, are we the same age? I forgot.
Dude, I'm older than you.
Okay. So did you see the original Alien in the theater?
Look at that. Yeah, I did.
Oh, because I never did. I mean, that was only like a myth about it until, VCRs and whatever.
Oh, really?
So I did see the second one, though, in the theater, Aliens. And that was funny to some degree.
You bitch.
Right. Game over, man.
Yeah.
Which, rest in peace.
Paxton, yeah.
Really sad. Bill Paxton had, all time.
Epic, like Hall of Fame supporting player, right?
Oh, yeah. Like, I always knew, like, he was in Terminator. He's one of those punks in the beginning of Terminator that gets killed. And what is happening here?
What are you expecting out of this 3-on-3 league, Ice Cube's 3-on-3 league? Is that going to be I want it to be entertaining.
Yeah. I mean, remind me what it is. It's going to be former pros?
It's like, it's former pros. I think they played a 60, right? It's like,
oh, really?
It's,
twos and threes?
Yeah, and it might even be like, is it make it, take it? I don't even know. It's like there's a 4-point shot.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Listen, when you talk about scoring play in 5-on-5 basketball, it's always three. The three, there's a cutter,
right,
passer, the shooter. So that's already sort of the distilling it to its essence. I remember playing in 3-on-3 tournaments like back in the day, and those were always kind of fun. I just don't know if it's a spectator sport, what that means.
Right. But I mean, you get people like Allen Iverson supposed to be playing, and I think there's a cachet to the sort of renaissance of retired players. Right. A little bit of. What'd you think of his? They're
not going to rook us.
Yeah. What did you think of his? Do you like the fact that his players paid his fine? What was it, $35,000?
Oh, did they? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Mike
it's
Conley
legal.
was like, we told Coach right away he's not going to have to pay for that.
I don't think that's legal, but okay. I mean, I feel like the league is going to be like, no, he's going to have to pay for it.
I think they're just going to hand him a handful of cash. But I just love. It did seem to be a fair rant.
Yeah, it was the best money spent because it did change. Like something changed.
Changed the officiating, yeah.
And it shouldn't be that way. And I would have been pissed if I was Pop, but what can you do? But by the way, his rationale was a little bit flawed. That's a blind pig out of the triangle. The rationale was flawed because just because you go to the basket doesn't mean you're getting fouled.
Right.
And so you can't sort of quote numbers of times you go to the basket. Now they also compared the number of times the free throws that they went to the basket and they got the free throws. Well, remember, when you go to the basket and get fouled, that's not a field goal attempt. So he made it seem like the Spurs hardly went to the basket when in fact they did, and that's when they were getting fouled. So it was a little bit of a disingenuous argument that he had, but he had a point. There were some issues, but I thought there were some issues on both sides. I think the Spurs had some complaints as well. In fact, I did a breakdown on it.
Spurs starting to pull away just a bit here. 7-point game. Couple of critical possessions right here, both ways. Ooh, Marcus.
Oh, the guy cut late. If he had cut on time, he would have been open.
Oh God.
All right, well.
Kawhi going down like that.
Yep, it looks like he's okay. That's some speed going up there, too.
I feel like Kawhi is the junior chocolate shoulders. You know what I mean? Dwight Howard was like, they called him like the shoulders, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. I think he reminds me of Dr. J. Like, I feel like he moves like Dr. J.
Look at his shoulders, though, dude.
Well, he was not getting that shot off.
No. Yeah, I mean, this
probably.
Memphis plays as close to 90s basketball as you see in today's league.
Do they need such big headphones these days?
Skunk Boy Inc., that's correct.
Okay. Again, we have the same graphic. Let's go back. Should we? Well, let's see what's happening.
Let's go ahead and retweet out that link, brother.
Oh yeah, everyone out here. We got a lot of people still in here. Let's let everyone know we're still out here as Joe Johnson just nails another shot. We are watching the game, and we are we are going strong. That salad is, keeping me awake. Oh, wow. Gobert just did some nastiness. Yeah, Gobert's got good hands when he wants to dunk it. All right, here we go.
Coach Quick, best player in 3 years.
Oh, it's probably Embiid or Giannis.
Think Embiid is playing in 3 years, dude?
I mean, I have to assume that their freak and crazy stuff has happened to him, that he will simply, he will be healthy. But you're right. But like with Blake, I feel like won't be healthy. But I don't know. I just hope if he's healthy, then yes. Otherwise, I'll go Giannis.
Yeah, I mean, Giannis would be probably the conservative choice because, I don't know. I mean, Embiid just has that kind of, snake bit kind of a vibe to him, like.
Yeah.
Plus, those foot issues can come back.
Right. Well, we'll see. But yeah, so I can feel that. So I would go, either conservative Giannis or Embiid.
Embiid would have been Rookie of the Year if he had qualified.
Yeah. Oh, without question.
Right. I mean, by leaps and bounds.
Well, I'm not. What would there was no? Is there a minimum game qualification for that?
I think there's a certain amount. Is it a minimum of games or is it minutes played? I don't know how they.
Yeah.
But there was a question as to whether or not he was gonna make it.
But he only played in 30 some games, right? I feel like, or something like that. Yeah. So it wasn't in the cards.
Minutes restriction on him. Twitter game is on fire though, right?
Oh yeah.
The Embiid Twitter game is unparalleled.
Oh my God! Look at that. That's a not easy shot.
Is that Tony Parker?
No, that was Patty. That dude, Ime, the assistant coach for the Spurs. There's a story going around that he once got into like a bar fight, took on like 10 guys at once. He has some sort of ninja stuff going on.
Get out. Who?
Ime Udo. Is that his last name?
Really?
Yeah. He played for the Spurs. He was like, whatever. But he also had some martial arts something, whatever. And apparently, like, and I didn't know that until I interviewed him. I didn't know that until afterwards. Otherwise, I would have been asking him all about it.
Oh, my God. You got it.
But
you got to get back in there.
Oh, we got to talk about who's on the wall because people were asking this on the wall. So, if we go back here, we got Dr. J.
Okay.
Bob Love. Michael Jordan.
Right. This is Jordan and Bird, right?
Let's see. Oh wow, we got figure out how to zoom in here. So you can see Dr. J, Bob Love for the Bulls, Michael Jordan, and then if you go back, zoom back out, or I guess move over, it's kind of hard to see, I guess, below. But you got Michael, and you got Artis in the black and white, all the way over there, and then Nat Holman is all the way in the corner, the CCNY head coach, who was involved in the double. This guy.
Shaq,
that's Nat Holman.
Barkley.
Yeah, I got George McGinnis over here. Oscar Robertson. Yeah, young Shaq in Orlando. The logo.
Little dollar Bill Bradley right there.
Yeah, the logo.
Thank you for putting a Nick on your fucking wall.
Yay, my pleasure. That was a good Knicks team. And then Chuck and Pippen.
Would Phil Jackson have been on that team, right? Phil Jackson would have been coming off the bench all elbows and shoulders.
Yeah. On which? Oh, that one. Yeah. Well, remember he was hurt one of those years, but he was on the team, like on the bench or whatever. So yeah. So Nat Holman, by the way, CCNY, one of the guys who played for him was Red Holzman, and then was one of that part of that tree. So this is my the B-Ball Breakdown Studios. Welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, we are watching the game. We're having some fun. We're talking all sorts of stuff out here. We're answering some questions. What do you think about the new Wisconsin recruiting class? You know what? I haven't seen it. My alma mater, I feel bad. I haven't been paying attention to what's going on with them. But they've had some good ones recently. The better player to wear number 6, LeBron or Joe Johnson?
Oh.
LeBron.
Yeah.
at any time. Because
that's a Joe Johnson fan. This guy's asked about 15 questions.
Oh, okay. Good for him. He's getting his money's worth.
Here's a question for you, Coach. If you teach basketball, right?
One would say to even coach it.
Yes. But I mean, what I'm saying is you are teaching kids the game, right?
Yeah.
It's not just, I'm talking about the age range of players.
Yeah.
What is your fundamental building blocks? Like, what are you trying to impart in young players that you're teaching the game? What's the first thing that you are, like, are you working on offense? Are you working on defense? Are you working on passing? Are you working on schemes?
I mean,
how do you approach it from a teaching perspective?
The first thing I work on is footwork, pivots and turns. And we have to get back to, I have to go on a crusade here to understand, because people talk about reverse pivots, inside pivots, whatever. No. A turn is when you go forward, and a pivot is when you go backwards. And we need to get back to that so it's clear, people understand. Left foot turn, and your left foot stays down like there's a nail in it, and you go. And then the left foot pivot is the other way, with the left foot stays down. So that's where I start with all my teams, no matter what level. Okay. I mean, if I was doing college or pros, I wouldn't. But high school level and down, we would start that way in the beginning. We do that as a warm up, and then that informs all of our I'll do warm up running. When you get to the free throw line, I want you to do a left foot turn, and then you're running backwards. Then at half court, I want you to do a left foot pivot. So you start to learn while you're running down the court the different actions that you'll need to be quick with to be a good player. So that's the beginning. That's the foundation.
Interesting.
Look at that. Look at Marcus
when you
Aldridge.
look at a guy like Karl Anthony Towns, right?
Yeah.
That's a big thing that you hear about him. Is his footwork.
Yeah. The thing that I don't like about him is
that's a killer right there, pal. That might be the game.
Yeah, it's that same lift action to the right wing. With a righty, you're already in line.
There we go.
Can you match?
Coming back for three.
Nope.
I needed that. Needed about 5 of those.
Yep, that's the difference. How do we evaluate Westbrook tonight? I mean, what do you have, 45?
He had 45 points, but he was like, 14 of 30 something? Right?
I don't evaluate him well. It was just...
5 of 17, I think, from downtown. I mean, that's, it's hard to call that a successful game.
Right. There are versions of the Matrix where they compete and they're close, and maybe they can sneak the game out or not.
5 of 18 from down, 15 from 34, 15 to 34.
And it's like, there could have been 18 good threes he could have been taking in those games, but there were not. There must have been at least half of those were just bad decisions, no matter what.
Be interested to see how many he took per quarter, because it certainly seemed like he got a little three happy late in the game.
For sure. Yeah. Inefficient volume shooting doesn't win playoff series. Said it better than me.
Yeah.
So how do you guys like this? Are you enjoying our little, some people call it second screen, and I really think it's a really bad term for what we are doing.
That's a good question, though. What do you think the Embiid-Simmons pick and roll is going to look like?
Ooh. Well, what's interesting is that Embiid could actually be the ball handler sometimes, too, on that.
Right.
Because Simmons doesn't really shoot. But that'll be really fun. You should get a lot of lobs, a lot of pocket passes, and flow into other things from that, for sure. Did you ever audition for commercials?
I have, yeah. I did some commercials earlier in my career. I had a Pontiac Jeep GMC campaign, did like 14 commercials for those dudes.
Oh, okay.
And I had a...
were they funny, or were they just sort of...
Dude, it's a bit of an inside baseball story, but I will tell you that the best thing that ever happened to me in my career financially was my first year on Talk Soup. I think I'd been on that show for, 6-7 months, man. And Holiday Inn offered me a national spokesman gig, print, radio, television, across the board. And, I was a club comic. It's not like I was making a ton of money on Talk Soup. So this was like lot of money, you know. And so we signed the contract, and it was supposed to be like 3 months later that I was going to shoot the campaign. It was all based on me improvising in the field and talking to people. And then 3 months later, when the campaign came in, it was just straight copy. It was completely flat. It was just straight host copy. And I called my manager and I go, "What? This is weird. I thought you told me that I was going to be like improvising." And my manager did something. Rory Rosegarden, the Conversation Company Limited, unbelievable. I mean, I've never seen or heard of anything like this. He had negotiated creative approval, and he called up and said, "Look, we have creative approval. This isn't in keeping with John's image. We're not doing it. Where's our money?" And I remember, you know, it was like a total gamble, right? And I remember talking to him on the phone. I was 27. I go, "What are they saying?" He goes, "They said some very bad words, very loudly, and they hung up on me, and they told me that they would have their lawyer call me." 10 days later, I had a certified check for the entire year, and I did one 45-minute voiceover for them.
45-minute?
I just literally sat in the booth and just went like,
whatever
it was, like Holiday Inn. You know, I can't remember what the rip line was, but I just said it a handful of times, and they were like, "Okay, thank you very much." And then because I hadn't done a commercial campaign, he turned around the next year, he got me my Pontiac Jeep GMC campaign. It was unbelievable.
Wow.
The dude was just printing money for us.
Oh, do I have to do my obligatory rant about a guy's shoe falling off? That should never happen, ever. And you take a foul. I don't understand it. Your shoe should never come off. John Wooden is rolling in his grave right now.
Look at that.
You know, and he's wearing like low tops. They're not tied very tight. If he can slip it on,
slipping in. It's a Velcro, for God's sake.
That's horrible. And I don't know how he doesn't hurt his ankles.
Rank Haywood at his position. Where do you put him?
What?
Rank Haywood. Gordon Haywood.
Rank Haywood. Oh, I see what you said. I don't know. I think he's a little overrated, believe it or not. I think he's a little overrated.
Really?
I think the shots that he makes that are impressive are so hard and that are not sustainable as a thing.
Right.
I think he's good. I mean, is he a top among the shooting guards, I guess we're talking about here? Or is he playing,
put it this way, is he an all-star?
Is he a shooting guard or 3? I don't know when they want to play him. Is he an all-star? I mean, he's not as good as Clay. He's not as good as KD, any of the 3s and the 2
right? Sort of a second round.
Yeah, he's a second tier. You know, he's top 8. Top 7, top 8.
Seems to have found a nice little niche for himself in Utah.
Yeah, and I gotta look at the list because I almost feel like, I'm gonna either forget people or realize he's higher than that. But he's top. He's a top at his position, a top 7 player. And here come the Jazz fans are gonna be really mad at me.
No, I mean, look, it's a question worth asking because this was the first year Melo wasn't even a top 10 ranked player going forward.
Yeah. I want to share some of these favorites of mine that I already have of you. Actually, I'm gonna retweet you.
Tie game, dude. So
this is interesting here. I don't know. For some reason, this series has been a little bit less compelling to me. Like I said, I don't know. Good ball movement. Wow, what a roll by J.J. Redick on a floater. It didn't look too coordinated or didn't look too smooth with it, but yeah, I wonder, are we due for a Rudy Gobert drop the catch? Okay, that's a tough shot he can't hit.
Every team could use a player like J.J. Redick, huh?
Yeah.
He's turned himself into a very useful player.
Now, Doc Rivers has a big challenge too. Without Blake in there, he's going to have to deal with all sorts of different lineups now that they haven't played together.
Yeah, the rotation's going to be completely different.
And that's tough. Oh! Now those are good hands. He threw the ball on his shoe tops.
Yeah. You know, DeAndre is licking his chops with Blake out going, okay, this is going to mean a couple of opportunities for DeAndre.
Yeah, I mean, he can have like 20-20 games out there with that when Blake's not there. I wonder how well he's doing. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, they're running a little. What are they running here? A little pistol action. I'm telling you, the guy is a pro.
His game hasn't really changed since Atlanta.
Why are you jumping in the air on a shot fake by Luke Richard Mumba Mute?
He's got a deceptive fake.
It's like, why aren't you just saying hallelujah? He's going to try and shoot a jump shot and be like, please, sir.
We finally got the play we've always wanted.
Can I have some more? You know, it's amazing to me. And then he compounds it by fouling. It's crazy.
Took all his hearts, dude. Killing it.
Is that the campaign that you did? No. You said Pontiac?
Pontiac, yeah. I'm a Pontiac guy. I just went to the Bob's Big Boy out in the valley for the classic cars on Friday night. Dude, if you haven't done this, it's fantastic.
Why didn't you invite
Big Boy on a Friday night. My buddy Ephraim Salam, retired football player, unbelievable guy, has a 72 Chevelle that is just unreal, and we parked that bad boy right out front. He brought his wife, I brought mine. We had a little Bob's, and just chilled for hours looking at the cars. It was unbelievable.
Wow.
It's fantastic. It's like you're going back through time. And there's like Bob's Big Boy like groupies. There's like, you know, chicks in their 60s that are coming and making out with dudes in their 70s who have cars from the 40s. So there you go. Sort of
a lot of math there.
Yeah, there's a lot of math.
Yeah. Okay. That seems weird, but okay. You could have invited me.
No, I couldn't.
I know we're not ready for that. We're not ready for Bob's Big Boy date.
It's best we keep our friendship right here.
Okay.
In your little. If it's a little bit like entering a submarine when you go up that spiral staircase to the studio outside.
Okay. If you would go up into a submarine, yes. Okay.
Well, you know, like you gotta go like.
Yeah.
I think I terrified your wife because I tried to go in through the
double doors.
Through the double doors that were padlocked, and then she opened it up, but I had already slid. I think she thought somebody was breaking it.
Yeah, I might have forgotten to tell her that you were here, but maybe. I hope you guys exchanged some pleasantries.
We didn't. She stayed in the other room, and she just went, are you trying to get in? And I went, oh yeah, I just used the bathroom. And then I think I heard her dial 911.
Right. Now, Alien, I think, is certainly is one of those kind of movies that were worthy of a redo, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, you set the bar high, right?
Right.
Like, don't fuck this up.
It looks the same, though, obviously, right? I mean, you know. But now, did you see Prometheus?
Did not.
That's pretty much a prequel, and I wonder if they're going to tie that into that. It seems like they were, because they were taking off to another planet
Okay.
at the end of the movie. It was pretty freaky, though, man. I have a hard time. I saw some stuff in that movie that you know, stayed with me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You had a little trouble sleeping?
Yeah. But the really cool part about Prometheus, by the way, in the very beginning, is that these aliens come down to presumably Earth, and the guy drinks something and basically like just becomes DNA again in the water. So they basically like seed this planet with like their DNA, and then eventually the human race forms, and then they get the clues to go back and find the people who started them. And I think that was really interesting. Like that really happened.
Just ruin the movie for me?
Well, that part's the very beginning.
Okay.
So, you know.
By the way, speaking of Bob's Big Boy, I feel like Gordon Haywood has a bit of a Bob's Big Boy haircut.
Absolutely, he does. Yeah, it's definitely a throwback. Yeah, I like Bob's. You know, I don't eat any bread anymore, but hey.
Yeah, what happened to you? We were eating pizza before, and now you're all protein and veggies.
Yeah, well,
Are you cutting or something?
I wanted to stop feeling like I wanted to die after I ate.
Was that it?
And I'm not perfect.
Was it a stomach issue thing, or was it a health
I just felt like I wanted to die. It wasn't stomach. It was just general death desire, I can't explain it any other way.
Just go ahead and cut it.
Yeah, I just wanted to just sort of I just didn't feel good.
Yeah.
And it's amazing when not eating sugar, not eating starch, not eating bread, and it's really amazing the difference. By the way, I've slid. I think it's been about 2 months, and of those 60 days, I've probably eaten bread or whatever, or sugar stuff, probably like 10 of the 60 days or so. So I haven't been as perfect as I wanted to be.
I gotta tell you, man. A buddy of mine turned me. I'll give my buddy a plug. Philip Golia, Goglia, of Performance Fitness Concepts. This dude is a
sponsor of the show, I hope.
No. He has a company. He does nutrition for athletes. He works with world-class athletes. He's in the Bodybuilding Hall of Fame.
Wait, we missed the chat. Someone's saying we aren't looking at the chat. Why? Einstein-ish. What did I miss?
Thoughts on Clippers pick and roll?
Well, yeah, but I feel like there might be something else. This is the problem with the chat with the Periscope. I should be able to scroll down and see the old stuff, but the pick and roll of the Clippers is generally pretty good. We should probably watch some of the game, I guess, at this point, or here's their wedge horns, high horns. Oh, well defended. I mean, when you're talking about pick and roll with Chris Paul, you're going to have something good to say about it, generally.
His assist to turnover ratio is ridiculous.
Oh, I know. I was just looking at it. Well, I was going to do a Russ compared to CP3 playoff breakdown, and I didn't have time. But it was pretty damning. Like when you look at the assist to turnover, it's like 5-1 or something, or over 5-1.
Look at that.
I have high hopes for Rodney Hood. He just can't quite put it together.
What team do you see CP3 joining in the offseason? You think he's leaving the Clips?
I think if they lose this series, he's gone. And I think he'd probably go to why not the Spurs? I'm not sure the Spurs. I mean, the Spurs have to pay him way below market.
I was going to say, are they going to? I mean, because
well, if Manu and Tony retire, then that's a lot of cash that opens up for them.
Right.
Right.
I think those guys are in the teens.
Yeah, I mean, they're not making a ton, but they're making, combined, it's enough that Chris Paul would probably sacrifice to go there.
Oh, you wanted to hear about my buddy. All right, I'll just finish it up real quick. My buddy, Philip Golia, Performance Fitness Concepts. This guy, a couple of years ago, I started working with this guy, and I was like, I want to lose body fat. And this guy, he tests your blood, he checks your, he defines your metabolism, oxygen levels.
Oh, I want this guy.
Lots of different measurements of your body. And to my surprise, he was like, you're not eating enough to lose body fat. And he ended up ramping up what I ate over a period of weeks. You go in every 10 days to 2 weeks and he alters your diet, checks your blood, checks, does your labs, does your measurements. In like 4+ months with working with this guy, I lost like 65% of my body fat. I got down to 10%.
Wow.
In my late 40s, getting down to 10% is pretty fierce. I got down to like a 31 waist. It was
you're getting
pretty fucking crazy.
Wow.
And then, of course, I blew out my knee and my shoulder, and I stopped working out, gained a bunch of weight, and now I'm trying to get back into getting healthy. I still got to have shoulder surgery. But this dude is the fucking truth. Philip Golia, Performance Fitness Concepts, and it really is. If you can create a hand and glove relationship between what you're putting into your body and what you're putting out in terms of the gym, you see results so quickly. It's shocking, dude. I mean, it really was remarkable.
Yeah. Wow. Well, you know what? That sounds. I don't know if I could do that, but certainly what I'm doing so far is not. But I would love to get my blood tested and know all that stuff because I would love to find out.
It is literally, when you hear somebody's a nutritionist, what I think is, yeah, okay, you're going to go and you're going to fucking tell me, don't eat processed foods, eat more fruits and vegetables. I mean, it's sort of intuitive, right? And they're going to say the same shit to everybody.
Right.
No. There are 3 different body types, carb efficient, fat efficient, or dual efficient, and then based on your labs and your bloods, he makes these alterations that seem really small, but I'm telling you, he turns your metabolism into like a bit of a race car where he is able to dial it into the 5th decimal place, and you see the performance.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll have to talk about that. Here we go.
Well, this is a good game, man.
It is. What do we? This is it, right? The other one's over. Yeah, it must be.
Yeah.
So. Oh, there we go. So Spurs won by 13. So, what do you want to do? Are you want to try and save the bitter end and finish this game, or what?
Yeah, I can hang a little longer. Dude, what do you think of George Hill and his sort of career post Pacers? Seems to have kind of found himself in Utah.
He has. I think. I think he was always kind of this good, right? I mean, I sort of felt like some injuries, some issues, whatever, but. Yeah, he's a really good player, and it's great to see that he's finally like in a situation now where he can grow into it and they can, improve. I don't know what his ceiling is. Like, is he a championship level starting point guard? I don't know.
He's definitely a damn good point guard. I'd love to have him on the Knicks.
Yeah, I think everyone would love to have him. I think he's that kind of guy, right? What is this commercial?
Is that the merciful air coming back on?
It is. It was getting a little hot in here.
Yeah.
Huh? I can turn it down. I guess it's weird. I don't know why when it's colder outside, it's getting hot in here. Maybe it's the computers. Yeah, George Hill. I like what Utah is doing. They brought some veterans in. They kind of brought the veterans into a team that wasn't quite ready to be that next step, right? Like you bring Diaw and Hill into a team that's got like, Boogie and whatever. You know what I mean? Like. They didn't have that, and as a result, they got what they got, which is a 5th seed. Maybe the ceiling is 3rd seed, right?
Right.
The other problem you have though is with the Warriors is that, you're pretty much gonna have to bide your time for.
Right. Everybody's playing for after the Warriors.
Right.
How long do you think the Cavs have at the top of the East?
It's getting close.
Right.
And LeBron is. There are signs. I mean, there certainly are signs of greatness still. I would say after next year, or what? I mean, by the way, they didn't win the East. I mean, they were number 2 in the East this year.
Yeah.
They're going to win the East, I would imagine. I would say next year it's going to be a real struggle for them, and then I think that might be it.
Another question for you, and this I'm actually interested. I can't believe I waited this long to ask you. What do you think happens with Boogie and the Pels?
I think that, because obviously the clock is ticking, right? And he's going to be a free agent after this next year. And if they can't get it together to start the season, the training camp and all that stuff, and hopefully, and they're going to have to overpay.
Then they got to give him up at half.
Right. Well, then they have to figure out if he's going to want to stay, right? It's all weird. Boogie seems to be the kind of guy who's a little bit loyal in that respect. Like, I feel like he wouldn't have left Sacramento if they didn't trade him, right? I don't know. By the way, he wasn't going to leave Sacramento. He wanted to stay so he get that huge supermax contract. Right. And then he would have been in Sacramento for the rest of his career, probably. Right. So, I feel like it's interesting. I would imagine they would probably play it out, hope for the best, and just hope they could re-sign him. I don't think they'd trade him as a preemptive strike if it wasn't going great.
I had a big debate with, who's the guy? Frank Isola has a radio show with...
Did you ever go on his show?
Yeah, I did. Who's Frank Isola's co-host?
Are you mispronouncing his name on purpose, or is that...
I call him Isola, Frank Isola. What is?
Oh wow! Look what we got going out here. Kingston with the fancy, multi camera images all at once. This is really cool.
Yeah.
By the way, are you guys loving this? Because this is like watching TNT's extra whatever they have on their app.
Ryan Scalabrine. That's what
Ryan
I was thinking.
Scalabrine.
Scal and I got into a big argument because he was saying that he liked the Kings trade. He's that big on Buddy.
I am big on Buddy.
You think that was a good trade?
Well, I think it was time to get him out of there. And I think it was that bad. I had James Ham on, who's a insider for whatever it's Bay Area, and he, like, it sounded terrible. It sounded like the worst kind of environment you could have, and it sounded that way for years.
Is that how much? I mean, obviously Boogie's a head case, but how much of that is on Vivek and fucking Vlade?
Right. Well, they inherited some of that, and they didn't make it better by all the different coaches and all the weirdness they were doing. But but Boogie is crazy. Like, he's a little bit off, and he probably was on the day-to-day level the guy really driving that bus.
Yeah, once in a generation talent though.
Yeah, he really is great. But yeah, I don't know. Kenny, I like to call Kenny's things word salad. It's just like he's just saying words, and I don't know if they actually mean anything.
There's a lot of bald heads on that panel.
Yeah, I think Ernie might have to
Ernie
kind of
is
go.
the only guy, and
He's gonna have. He might need to go.
Ernie looks like a dirty peach.
Yeah, right. You might have to just let it go, man. Just get rid of it, man. Should Ernie get up the hairline? I mean, yeah, I think he should just go with that real buzz on the sides or something. Thoughts on Phil Jackson and Carmelo? I think he kind of laid that out earlier.
Yeah, I mean, look, you hear rumors that essentially Carmelo is uncoachable. You know what I mean? That he's for all of the rhetoric that, I have traditionally been a Carmelo defender. That dude mailed it in a lot this season. I mean, I don't know that I saw him legitimately run back up the floor this season. And it seemed like he kind of, there were nights that he just took off. And you just hate to see that when you got a guy like KP and he's learning, all that kind of stuff. Like I said, I think he's got to go at this point. I don't, obviously he can decide I'm going to ride Phil out of town on a rail, and he probably could at this point. But I don't know what you're going to get back for him. I mean, I think at this point the Knicks really need to play for the long haul and just say we're going to bring in good young talent that fit the system. And just fucking commit to the goddamn triangle. Stop pussyfooting around it.
I love it. Hey, absolutely. I mean, by the way, I owe this to you. This is my gift to you. I'm going to do a breakdown on the Knicks triangle offense and how awesome the shots are that they get out of it.
I'm looking forward to it, man. I mean, look, just the other day I was pumping your teams that run the triangle in the modern NBA. People think of they talk about it like you're running the fucking picket fence.
Right.
The triangle is present in so many elite offenses. And it's simply just a motion offense, right? I mean, it's just about moving the ball and creating great shots. You need to have players who are capable of making quick decisions, and you need to have players that understand fundamental basketball. But I think it's time to start building that shit from the ground up,
Yeah.
And
So there's a difference between pure triangle and using aspects of it. I get it. I'm not going to argue that difference. But how are you going to shit on the offense if so many teams are running aspects of it? Right. Obviously, that tells you something about it.
Right. And Hornacek was brought in with the idea of modernizing it, creating a little bit more spread offense. I mean, I think they made a little bit of a mistake this year putting KP so exclusively at the stretch four. I don't think he's meant to chase dudes around the perimeter at 7'3" like that. I think that kind of herky-jerky start and go torque on his body might have played into his Achilles injury and that kind of running injury. And I think that you are foregoing the great offensive mismatch of putting
at the five. Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
People talk about and look, maybe we will find that this is valid. Oh, he's not strong enough to play the five. He's not strong enough to play the five. Dude has essentially the same fucking body as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right? So, did anybody ever say Kareem was not strong enough to play the 5 for 20 fucking years? So,
No.
let's give it a shot. And then, you let Noah give way to a 4-5 combo of KP and Billy, switching off on offense and defense. And, you bring Noah off the bench and let him bang for 20 minutes a game, and hopefully he just becomes a cheerleader.
Now, we have an interesting question here. What bad teams do you think have the best potential to be good next season? I got a list here. I'm thinking we have the Pelicans.
Right.
We have the Kings. The Kings could be good. There are some signs there. These young guys getting a chance, and Boogie's now. It's like it's a sunshine and rainbows now in that locker room.
Is Brooklyn ever going to be good?
Not next year.
The Sixers could be good next year.
The Sixers should be good next year. I mean, whatever I can knock on. I mean, if they get healthy, they should be.
Right.
They should be. They might have one of the biggest turnarounds of all time. Yeah. Primarily because they tanked, but
Yeah.
But then again, the Spurs tanked to get David Robinson.
One season. Not
five
consecutive.
Wait, but did they tank to get Tim Duncan too? They might have tanked that season too. But right, it was just because and they knew ahead of time, like, oh, this guy's coming out. But so the Sixers are a good call. I had one more. Who else was it that didn't make the playoffs? Anyway,
East or West? You talking about?
who was it? I was thinking. The problem is in the West, there's already so many good teams. It's
Yeah, I just
tough.
don't think there's room for a whole lot of improvement in the West because there isn't going to be a lot of drop off at the top. I think the East. Who else could be good? I think the Pacers are going to drop off.
I don't see like Orlando. Needs to do some major stuff.
You think the Raptors can keep playing at the level that they're playing?
I think this is the level they're playing. I think this is like conference finals is their ceiling. 6 games, whatever. We'll see. I mean, I need to study some more of their playoff stuff. I haven't watched enough of their games somehow. They've slipped through the cracks this playoff series for me. I don't know how. And I haven't had a chance to watch enough because I like the Bucks too. But they're in control of that series now. It's kind of too bad. I was hoping the Bucks would give us, a little bit more fight in that Game 5. Chuck still seems mad about the auto-tune. I missed that.
Get rid of DeRozan and the Raptors are awesome. Thoughts on Malik Monk? This guy's asked a couple of times.
Malik Monk. He's good. I think that De'Aaron Fox was better.
What about Nick Tina or Frank? Oh man. Charles has become a bit of a cartoon, hasn't he? Oh shit, my phone's about to die.
All right, I missed that whole thing. Oh well. I got to go on that set and take a picture. It's pretty cool. What is the highest level you've coached a team at? Well, I coached high school. I ran a program at a big high school in the Valley in LA. And then I did coach a bunch of pros in this basketball tournament a couple summers ago in a very short period of time. But that was fun, and I think they dug it.
May I make a suggestion? And I'm not even kidding. I think you need to make a pay league for middle-aged guys. A literally like a guys
Get the
that are
uniforms?
basketball fans that don't know how to play, that cannot go run in a pickup game because they just don't know the sport. Do you know what I mean? Like literally a super low-level fantasy camp. You know what I mean? For just dudes who are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s who want to learn the fundamentals of the game with peers who are at their limited talent level.
That's fascinating.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They got the disposable income, they want to do it, they create the time, they fucking show up for practice, they take shit seriously.
Now, you're talking about like a camp where they go for like a week straight, or you're talking about like every once a week?
I think you could just literally put out a thing where you just go, Sunday mornings at 9 at Fairfax High. You know what I mean? And we're gonna, and you could fucking make a 14 league about it. You know what I mean? You could
Wow.
literally just run a camp, and then you could essentially do you could do pickup games at the end of practice, or you could create teams that then you have coaching sessions with throughout the week.
Yeah.
And I think guys would literally pay hundreds of dollars to do that.
Yeah. By the way, you can also do it where you have games with refs and coaches, and they get that experience what they never had before.
I mean, you literally,
Uniforms.
and you make it like a fantasy league. You put out the stats every week. You know what I mean? You do a little write up on who's playing well and who isn't, what injury. You know what I mean?
Wow, I love that idea. That's really interesting. I mean, I guess I have to wrap my head around how and who and whatever.
I would do it in a fucking heartbeat.
All right. Well, do you have we have to find 20 more friends or whatever? And we'll
I don't think that's hard. The question is going to be, and it would be the money that would weed out the guys who can go. The issue is you're going to get guys who are going to come in and just want to fucking smoke everybody else because they're actually decent shooters from college or they played and all that kind of stuff. But if those guys are not going to want to ante up a couple $100 to play in a league like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you're going to put a cap on the talent level by saying you got to pay to do this, because this is not just about the run, it's about teaching you the game.
Yeah, and that will also maybe, the people like that will probably think that they know the game already anyway, and they won't do it. So listen, I've worked with a couple guys, in our 30s like that. We get one-on-one, I go, and they play, they kind of knew, they liked to play, but never knew the game. And that was always great. They loved it. I loved it. It's kind of neat to sort of get to that age.
Yeah.
Because we're so used to teaching the young kids.
I mean, I love the game, and the only thing that keeps me from going down to the park on a Saturday or a Sunday is the fear of just the fucking, the dagger stares of missing a wide open jump shot, or you know what I mean, or the guys that are there every week that are going to make you feel like shit about it.
Right. I love it. I mean, hey, we can film it. We can make little edits of like highlights and stuff. Any tips to how to get into scouting? And by the way, let us know what you think about this idea that John just pitched. To get into scouting, one good way to do is the Pro Scout School in Vegas during the Summer League. It's an awesome seminar, like all week, and they really break it down for you. So I would check out Pro Scout School. Scouting is a really tough business, man. It's like being on the road as a comedian.
I just needed to get up and stretch myself a little bit.
Oh, I hear you.
I think we need to make a big push to tweet out the link going into the second half here.
Yeah. John's idea is genius. Absolutely. Well, all right. I mean, listen, I love the idea. I'm an idea man. And then now the question is, how do you freaking execute these things? Do you think that Buddy Hield can be an all-star? I think so. He has great work ethic from what I've seen. I think Buddy Hield can really be another, mix between Klay Thompson and Steph Curry kind of guy. I really do. I mean, that's what we saw in college. And we saw Steph also have a bit of a slow start. I know he ended up shooting 40% from three in his rookie year or whatever, but he wasn't the same player until his third year. And so
he also dealt with a bunch of injuries right off the top.
Yeah, that's true too. And Hield, I think, had a little bit of injury bug, but I think that once he gets comfortable with the speed of the NBA, he'll refine himself.
Monte Ellis make a strong comeback? Good question.
I love Monte Ellis. I really do. I think it's surprising a lot of people because I don't know what his reputation is, but he's a freaking ball player, man. He makes plays.
Right.
All right, let's all do our thing. As we start the second half, let's do our little press those three buttons, hit share broadcast, and let's all at the same time break Twitter by sharing this show. Let's make it happen, Captain. Problem is I got to change the name of this every time I do this now.
Yeah, I do it too.
Clippers. Okay, now what happened? I lost the tweet. Let's try that again. Everybody, I want to see you sharing this. What's the big deal? It doesn't cost you anything. Here we go. Get rid of this. Oh, I didn't want to delete that hashtag. Hashtag, we're all tweeting, aren't we? Clippers, Jazz.
Let's see if we get a little pop off that.
Are you ready? Boom. Everybody, let's share it. I just shared it. You shared it. I'm going to give myself some hearts. And here we go. As everyone's going to flood into our little Periscope here. We've been going strong for a while now. This is impressive, man. I'm going to need a nap. Thank you. Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah,
here we go.
We're
here we
coming
go.
Up on 4 hours going.
Yeah, man, this is crazy. And a really good conversation, by the way. If I had to grade it, I'd give it an A.
I feel like we have come a little bit farther than our first broadcast. I feel like we found a little bit better rhythm.
Is that right? I can't remember the first podcast.
Well, I think the first time it got a little sloppy, and there wasn't as much related to the gameplay, maybe.
Ah, right. Well, okay, because I feel like, Anyway, well, thank you, Larold, for joining our stream. This has been really great. Why not an A+? Forgive me, an A+. I'll say the A+ for after the cameras stop rolling. But here we go. So let's get into the game a little bit here. We got the Clippers down by 5 to Utah. Oh my goodness, DeAndre Jordan just do something fierce to the rim.
Coach Dave is saying we definitely need to do a 3-man booth. Okay.
Yeah, Coach Dave is always one.
Let me tell you something. If you pay for the tender greens, pal.
Hey, you're in. Anybody who pays for that, yeah. Coach Dave does my podcast with me every week.
Interesting thing. DeAndre Jordan gets too small when he posts against Gobert. That's an interesting observation. I haven't noticed that.
Wait,
DeAndre gets too small. Did I understand that correctly? Is that what you were saying?
He looks small next to him. I mean,
but he's not. I don't know. Maybe he's not standing tall, or he's bringing the ball down low.
Yeah, right. He's not like getting a big wide base and out there. I mean, I just think he's not used to posting up either way. Oh, look at that little Dio on Paul Pierce, and that's an interesting matchup of salt and pepper.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm an old guy with 30% body fat. I'm an old guy with 30% body fat.
You don't have your French accent going. I am the old guy.
Let me tell you something. We get Dion to see my buddy Philip Goley at Performance Fitness Concepts. We'll have him fucking ripped in no time. Ooh, Chris Paul pushing off.
Right. Excuse me. As I
just threw George Hill out of fucking town.
That's weird. You're like, are you mind melding with the announcer there? He said the same thing. Let's see. So we have another high horns wedge. This is usually not designed for a George Hill shot, obviously, not like Chris Paul. And then he's going to shoot it. No, kick it out. Whoa!
Oh,
did you see
nice.
That pass?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, he blew the assist.
And
that
he
was
had
beautiful.
All day.
Little hop into the 3. Look at that. Tie game. This is actually a really good matchup. I mean, it's an apt 4-5 matchup. These guys are very evenly matched. If you had the first pick in the all-time NBA draft, who would you take?
Take Shaq, that guy says.
I mean, I know you might go big, I guess. I would probably take Michael, but...
Dia was like, he had sort of a weird, he was a bit of a head case, right? Like they got into his head in San Antonio and managed to give him a bunch of confidence, but he seems like a guy that has to be properly motivated.
I mean, I guess because he had that wilderness time when he went to Charlotte or wherever he went.
He just gained weight to get out of it.
But he was so good in Phoenix, though. Like, is LeBron the most durable guy ever? I would have to say so. I mean, Michael probably could also get that because he never was injured except for the second year.
I'm gonna fucking make a case for Jamal Crawford.
You know what? I was thinking the same thing.
That guy is unfucking real. He has not lost. He's lost what, half a step, but he's what, 49 years old now?
No, I know. Yeah, he's played in the league for like about 30 years.
I think he's literally like what, 17, 18 years in the league now?
Yeah, and he hasn't lost like half a step. It's really amazing. You're right. That deserves some sort of breakdown too.
He's healthy. He's fit. He's one of those guys that, like a Ray Allen, that he's always in shape. He never gets tired, and his game that dude, his crossover, his ability to hit the shot, his ability to create his own shot. I mean, he's just as valuable today as he was when the Knicks fucking traded him.
I mean, like, you're old when you can't go back to your rookie year on synergy. You can't, like, they don't go back far enough. And so it's like, I couldn't go back and do retrospective. It'd be hard because I got to find the footage. But
yeah. Whoa, Paul Pierce! Coughing the ball up. All right, Paul. Yeah, Crawford's the same guy for 10 years.
I remember, like, in Chicago, he was, it's like, right, he was a little bit more like Russ, I guess, in Chicago.
That guy hits so many game winners for New York. So many times, take the last shot of the game, nail it.
I gotta say,
tie it up or nail it, or win it.
Absolutely. And I gotta say, Rudy's hands look much better tonight.
Harden, one of the most durable players, this guy's saying. That's true. Harden has played relatively healthy for a long time.
Yeah.
For a guy who takes as much contact as he.
Yeah.
As
as Coach Dave likes to say, he's very stout.
But he's just like, a guy like Crawford isn't banging on every possession. I feel like, Harden takes contact every time he has, he uses the possession.
Absolutely. He likes to mix it up. Some guys are just mechanically more sound.
It's interesting, when you say guys get penalized for being so strong, right? Like you can make the case LeBron gets penalized for being so strong. Melo is a guy who gets penalized for being so strong. You know what I mean? And a lot of fouls don't get called. But Harden is known for drawing fouls, and he is always 25% stronger than the guy that's guarding him.
Yeah, absolutely. Shaq was one of those guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Utah doesn't have enough shooting. Well, who do they have? I mean, George Hill can shoot. Hayward can shoot. Mm-hmm. Ingles can shoot.
Diaw can shoot.
Diaw didn't shoot well this year, but he hit one just now. He's okay. I mean, he's not great.
But this was a bit of this.
Joe Johnson can shoot.
Yeah, but isn't this season for Diaw a bit of an outlier, right? I mean, this isn't
right.
You would hope that he returns to form.
Right, and we'll see. I mean, he's perfect to have in the playoffs.
You know how you and I are old and we have children, is that we're both fading right now.
I know.
It is what, 9 something, and
dude, like,
I'll be lucky if I stay awake for the drive home.
Right, you'll be lucky if you wake up like in a ditch. No, my damn kid woke me up like 4 a.m. last night. Didn't go back to sleep again.
God, Sham God, talking about the handle of God, God, Sham God.
I have a big God, Sham God gap, knowledge gap. I didn't see him play much. Well, the thing with Diaw is I bet you he could still jump and get his elbow at the rim. He's like one of those guys, the crafty, sneaky guys.
Got a freaky.
That can just jump and is good at that. There's a great story. Did you ever hear about that? Where he walks in and they're doing all the measuring of like the vertical jump and all this stuff, and he walked in wearing his loafers and pleated shorts and drinking a latte, and all these young guys, whatever. He goes, "What's the record for that?" And he goes, "Oh, 10, 6, whatever." He goes, he kicks off his loafers and then bare feet jumps and breaks it. And he goes, "That wasn't so hard," and then like walked out. Swear to God, no. Diaw's parents are like elite athletes.
Right.
Both of them.
This is when he was young?
It wasn't when he was young. It was when he was, whatever. I think maybe like 30. Like I think it was that like older.
Wow.
And he just, he has like 2 years ago I was doing vines of him, literally like elbows at the rim still, and he still looked plump and whatever.
Right.
He's got a very unusual strength in his legs or something. Plus he's also, remember, jumping like Karl Anthony Towns. His issue is his functional movement isn't optimized, so as he starts to jump, comes out of the crouch before the legs give him the lift, so he dissipates 25% of his energy. He still gets up pretty high because he's pretty tall, but he could touch the top of the backboard if he really learned how to do it.
Wow.
I'm telling you, he's leaving 30% of his ability on the table, physical.
Interesting. Between somebody like Anthony Davis, Karl Anthony Towns, Boogie, KP, where would you rank those guys in terms of centers and career progression? Where do you see those guys going?
Wait, you mentioned Boogie, KP.
Karl Anthony Towns.
So you want Boogie, but Boogie's not in that category. He's old.
No, I mean, I'm just trying to think of right now dominant centers.
Yeah,
but.
I mean, Embiid is the guy who's going to be the most dominant of all, if he can stay healthy. Then after that, it's probably like Karl Anthony Towns and KP are kind of like going to battle each other.
Quinn
Snyder.
Wait, did you just say? What did you say? Who did you say is the guy?
Embiid, and then KP and Karl Anthony Towns are like right below them.
Amazing how quickly Anthony Davis went from being the next greatest player in the NBA to being like, yeah, he's good, but
yeah, he is great. He's great. I don't know. The teams don't seem to win around him. It's weird to see a big man that good. Also, Boogie's another example. In the whole history of the game, when you get a big man that could do what they could do, it's like you don't lose.
Right.
And they do now. I mean, the game is. That's kind of, I guess, what's happened. The game has changed. So we got Joe Johnson going to work again. I mean, this is it. Whoever wins this game is probably going to. I mean, if Utah wins this game, I think that's it. They go to Utah and close it out. And then bye-bye Chris Paul.
Hey, he's still only 24 or something? Is that what's supposed to say? I do keep in touch with John Anderson, man. John Anderson is an excellent guy, my old co-host from Wipeout, and
John. Do I know who John Anderson is?
Yeah, he's fucking anchor of ESPN Sports Center, dude. He's
really?
Yeah, he's one of the old school guys. John Anderson. He was fucking great to work with. Ooh, look at this.
What was that? Was that Paul Pierce's way of saying, don't do that to me? Because he had a smile. I mean, that's the nicest version I've ever seen of that, of a player being like, don't do that to me. But that could be the Chris Paul conundrum right there. I'm curious.
He just rubs people the wrong way?
It wears you down, I think. What do I want to see? John Anderson, ESPN, that's what I look up. Oh, I think I might know who he is now. Let's see. Oh, okay, right. I remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like
the Johns they used to call us.
Your slight doppelganger, I guess, if glasses and salt and pepper mean anything. Okay, Chris Paul getting a little hyped. But yeah, it might wear on you a little bit with the way Chris Paul deals and handles people, which is so weird because he's such a consummate point guard and a guy who sets his teammates up, and you'd almost think, okay, he's going to be the best teammate, the nicest guy to your teammates, and apparently he isn't.
Well, I mean, he's just hard on people, right? I mean, he's just that competitive.
Well, what I was impressed with. Oh, jeez.
He's also a guy that I think, he's going to yell at you,
Yeah. Well, now DeAndre and Chris Paul did those commercials together now. And that was a good sign because, they obviously must like each other if they're going to be willing to do that.
Right.
Yikes. Wait. It's a foul on the Clippers, but they have position.
I'm going to go ahead and give myself a little plug. I'm going to be at the Laugh Factory Friday night, 10 p.m. show. Going to be filming it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Kevin Nealon on the show.
Oh.
Come on down. Get involved. I dare you.
I might want to do that. What did I do? I was out last
Friday night, 10 p.m. Can you get a sitter?
Well, or I just go by myself. Because 10 p.m. is rough. It's hard to get a sitter that late.
Hard to get a sitter that late. What are you getting, 14-year-olds?
No, you know, these people are ruthless. These babysitters now, they're ruthless, and it's like negotiating with Trump.
Are you where I am in that? Like, okay, my kids are significantly younger than yours, but if I am not eating dinner by 6 p.m., I'm like, what in the fuck is happening? I need some, like, I'm eating dinner at 5:30 or 6 p.m. By 6:30, I'm eating my hand.
Oh yeah, no, we are lucky if we sit down together as everybody and actually like eat anything together.
Oh really? Are you at that stage where everybody eats separately now?
I mean, you know, one of them doesn't eat anything, and the other is got dance until 8 every night. You know, it's like, well, you know, it's well, they'll blame us later, and I'll just you know, be sipping a pina colada by a pool, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at that sugar.
Look at that.
You know,
McDonald's, diabetes in every cup.
When I stopped eating sugar, that was the most dramatic thing. Is my brain like got clearer.
Well, your energy level changes, right?
Yeah. Well, it dropped. I mean, it was really hard for that first whatever, and then I got over that, and then it was fine. The biggest thing I noticed about eating clean, I guess you call it, is when I wouldn't go crazy when I get hungry. Like I used to go insane when I get hungry, like low blood sugar, whatever the hell it was. And now it's just more manageable. I'm like, oh, I'm hungry, but whatever. You know, I can handle it, and I can wait an hour and not eat, whatever.
Right.
You know.
It would amaze you. This is another big thing that I got from Philip Golia at Performance Fitness Concepts. Water, dude. There's so many times that you think you're hungry because you're thirsty. It's fucking shocking.
Really?
I was drinking.
Speaking of which,
he had me drinking, I think, like 5 liters of water a day.
wow.
And you'd be surprised how much that kills.
Is this a liter?
No.
I don't do metric.
That's a little tiny girly bottle.
So more than 5 of these?
Yeah. Like a liter is like 2.5 of the...
You have 5 of those?
At least 5, or if I could, 6. And you got to start drinking early in the day, otherwise you're going to get up and pee 4 times in the middle of the night. But once you start doing that regularly, it flushes so much fucking salt out of your system. And
I don't even know. I don't need to go see this guy. Let's let you tell me what to do.
Oh, dude, he's fantastic.
Can you take my blood?
You drop a ton of weight the more you drink, more water you drink, and like he would say, like, you know, drink a liter of water before you eat, and you won't eat as much.
I mean, yeah, I can see that. Jeez. Nieto, I like this guy. You know, I feel like he'd be better than he is, but there's something there as a younger. He's an international guy. Is Devin Booker Klay Thompson 2.0? No, I mean, physically they're much different anyway, and Devin Booker's still like maturing. He still looks like a young kid, but I mean, there are similarities as far as their games play and style. Yeah, I would say that Devin Booker might be a better ball handler right now anyway than Klay. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Have you ever heard Jamal Crawford speak?
Yeah.
He's got like he should be in radio or on TV. He will be on TV, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He has the smoothest voice I've heard of any.
He also just has an unbelievable life story. They did a big profile of him recently.
Oh, really?
I'm trying to think of where it was.
Like a Karan Butler story, or?
Yeah, well, just like he, you know, not Karan Butler, but yeah, I mean, he just was the kid that always had a basketball in his hand, and you know, his crossover and what he was doing to other players with his ball control was legendary from the time he was in high school.
Wow. And by the way, great steal. Is that Joe Johnson?
Oh,
Jingles.
shingles. Does Jamal have top 5 handle of all time? I would think so.
I haven't seen it as much this year, I feel like, but
So
yeah.
you're about to see it.
I mean, Jamal Crawford wouldn't like shoot in the summers. He like wouldn't work
Right.
on his game until like recently. That's a problem.
That's a missed assignment.
It's usually a good idea to pick up anybody
The
who's
guy
near the
under
rim.
the basket.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carmelo for Blake. Yeah, in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Like if I had to go like prioritize who to guard, he'd probably be the first guy I'd pick up as a guy under the basket.
Yeah, I think so. Look, I'm not a coach. You are.
I play one on TV.
I think we're on to something with this league, Coach. I think we do this.
Yeah. You mean the older people?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I love it.
Yeah. You're 36, you're 46, you're 56, and you want to go out for high school basketball like you were 16.
I mean,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to
could
slow
run
the
high-
game down because athletically you're dealing with your peer group. You know?
Yeah, I mean, is it like, do you want the treatment of what it's like to have been on a high school team, or you just want it to be a different, just learn?
No, I don't think it's like I'm trying to go
Like
back in time, but
okay.
I'm trying to, like, if it were just me, I would want the ability to learn the game fundamentally so that I could play proficiently, but do it at a speed and pace befitting middle-aged men.
Yes, right, exactly.
You know? With a talent level competitive to that middle-aged. You know, you want athletic guys, but you don't want you don't want to be facing ringers, and you don't want to be going down to the park and playing against guys that are 20 years younger than you, and guys that played in college and are don't want you on their team.
Right. Now, would Periscope explode if John Henson and the Bucks joined us?
Yeah, I think so.
You could make that happen, couldn't you?
I probably could. Yeah, I could reach out to him and ask.
You know, he's
We
not from
follow
here.
each other on Twitter. We write occasionally. He's a good guy. He always writes me back.
I interviewed him. Did you see my interview with him?
No. Did you bring him?
Last year. Well, this is last year. During a shoot around, I went to the Bucks and I got a good one with him. And yeah, cool guy, very nice, very smart. He lost his role. He didn't play at all.
Yeah,
It's not
that's
playing
sort
on.
of a bummer. He fell out of the rotation.
Because he's a guy that like a team could use. I'm telling you. Whoa! Did you see that?
Yep.
All right,
Wow.
we need a replay of that. He threw the ball out like some sort of spin. That's the craziness that we're going to probably see even more of as we move forward as
He's putting
as
English
kids.
on it.
Like, well, Chris Paul does it too. You ever see that one where he does he like spins it out and so he starts to go away from it and then comes back to him because he's spinning it. I don't that's the sham god. I must be. I don't know what that is about.
Henson was wasted on the Bucks.
He not until recently, you know.
He was starting at the beginning of the year, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, listen. The results were that when the other guys started playing Thonmaker, Thonmaker, they were doing better. So you can't argue with that for whatever the alchemy of that was.
You got a big fucking contract.
Yeah. That counts for sure. And I
Oh
love
yeah, absolutely.
what a great clock management. You know what's funny is like when we would run suicides, which I don't even do that much anymore. Half the reason why I would run those is so that guys would learn the clock in their head. They would really know how long 10 seconds
it takes them to get from one end to the other.
Right, because as you're counting down from 10, 9, 8, and you have to run the full length of the court, you get a handle on, okay, I know I can make it up and back in 10 seconds or whatever, or 9, whatever
Right.
it is. And then now I'm not going to shoot the ball with 3 seconds to go from half court. I can get to the top of the key with 1 second to go and shoot it. Sham God, wait, come back. This damn thing, I can never see the damn comments. He was going to tell me the Sham God was.
Where's Trey Lyles been?
Now, there's a guy that had promise and was doing well. Is he hurt? No, I think Bargnani is probably the worst contract ever. But
both Knicks, by the way.
Yeah, great special effects. Is that a nod to what you're doing over there, Kingston?
Kingston's been killing it with a very fucking trippy little multi picture in pictures.
And I'm starting to get
James
even
Jones,
some other ideas.
Mozgov, Mozgov, really, Lakers shit the bed. That was one of the first deals of the offseason.
Yeah, they bid against themselves.
Arenas, yeah, the Arenas deal was horrendous.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, it wasn't at the time. It was just in retrospect, right? Because the guy could play.
Yeah, it became a problem. Gilbert went to the high school I coached at for a little while. Then
Look at that. Look at what. Look at
Kareem?
look at the
he's
shot that
doing
he's
here?
putting up there.
Oh yeah, right. This is really cool. I mean, yeah. Listen, I'm starting to get a handle on this. This is. I can, when I'm watching the games, and I did this the other night, where people just watched me watch the game, and I was, mining and all that stuff. People dug that, and I feel like that maybe I'll just do that all the time now, because if you like being over my shoulder, I don't care. I mean, hey, and I can actually narrate a little bit more.
DeAndre effective. What was that? DeAndre effective. What was that question?
Oh, and you got page turns out there. Oh, look at
that.
you! Wow, the old page turn. Oh, and we even got the shot of the.
Thoughts on Zion Williams next LeBron?
I think we have at some point we'll work on the color balance of our of the TV. But look at that, Kingston, man. And by the way, right on time, as we talked about, DeAndre and Chris Paul doing that commercial together, indicating simpatico, right?
Right.
They're getting along.
Why didn't Donovan play Cantor more? Coach knows he sucks on D. That's a fact.
Yeah.
DeAndre's a great actor.
And we did talk about that. We can answer that real quickly, though. The notion of giving the Rockets 2 or 3 possessions in a row of Cantor letting him score against the Rockets specifically is a problem, because the game's going to get out of hand in the
My wife thinks we're crazy for doing this. You doing it and me for watching.
Wait, is that your wife out there?
No, that guy just said, my wife thinks we're crazy for doing this. You guys for doing it and me for watching.
For sure. But hey, this is what is this? Now, superstar. I think a big part of being a superstar is your marketability. Which is kind of why I thought maybe Kawhi wasn't a superstar. Although apparently he's done a couple national spots. They haven't really been much of him talking. But I always felt like Russ is a superstar because he's so damn good at these Mountain Dew commercials.
Yeah. Yep. He's got he's got a little gravity on the screen, brings your eyes to him. Kawhi is missing a wry sense of humor. Duncan had a subtle wry sense of humor.
A glint in his eye.
I don't know that Kawhi doesn't have it, I just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Blake Griffin has a fucking amazing sense of humor.
Yeah, he's hilarious. He's smart and he's hilarious. He just doesn't have a post game. Or he's got bad footwork in the post. Raymond Felton, there you go.
Yeah.
Who has
DNF WRF? I used to tweet that all the time when he was on the Knicks. Do not fuck with Raymond Felton.
Do you know that whatever team has the most ex-Knicks loses every series?
It's probably. Sometimes they go to another team and they take off.
Yeah, well.
Danilo Gallinari, what do you think of that guy, man? Is that a guy who, so much wasted potential? He had some injuries, and he had a great stroke when he had it going.
He's really good, and he can play some defense. He's mobile. He's like the perfect stretch 4, right? He is what everybody would want. If he could get healthy again, I think he can remind everybody. And he started to do that in Denver this year.
Yeah, he did. They really loved him. They were they wanted to bring him back despite the injuries and stuff. Wilson Chandler's another guy who had some injuries,
Yeah, and they probably should have traded him when his value was really high, and they treated him a little bit more like, oh my. They treated Wilson Chandler like a franchise player in some weird way, but he certainly is good and valuable. Another potential stretch 4 that someone could use. There's Doc wanting to play faster.
Should Haywood leave to the Celtics, win or lose? Gallo always reminded you of a young Robert Horry. That's interesting. Think of Horry as more of a spot-up shooter. I feel like Gallo is a guy that could do some things with the ball in his hand.
He could. Yeah, for sure. A different body and stuff too. Horry was a little bit more like, what was Chris Paul doing? Wait, watch what he does here. What does he do here? He knows Jingles is on him.
Ronkoff, no hope for the Knicks until Dolan dies.
Did you see what he did there?
No, what did he do?
What? Okay, watch this again. And maybe we get a shot from behind again. People can.
No, did he just
look? He's being guarded, and he just bounced. What?
Jesus.
And he just about gave it away. Remind me to catch up in a minute. Like, is this the moment when Chris Paul loses his shit and doesn't know what's going on? Whoa.
All right, now you can catch up.
I don't want to jump 30. I'm going to go 1 next, and then let's see here.
Chris Paul's starting to get a little chippy.
Right. The girl behind Ballmer. Now he's chirping at the refs. This is interesting.
Well, they're down a little bit. It's a game 5.
Who's the best high school player right now? I think this guy is Zion Williamson. There's also another guy that I know, Moses, in New York. Moses Brown. I forgot his name. 7-foot center, mobile, like kind of a throwback, but can shoot. What can Clips do in this series? They can win, if that's the question. It's like almost like neither of these teams really wants to win this series. They're kind of like just muddling around trying to figure it out. CP3 and Westbrook have the same disease with different symptoms. They wanted too much. It's really interesting.
So say that again. CP3 and what?
CP3 and Westbrook have the same disease with different symptoms, and they wanted too much. And you know what? That's interesting. That could very well be part of it. You know, what is it? I could give me the strength to control what I can and know the difference.
The Serenity Prayer.
Yes. You know, there's something about that where, you know, there's being in the moment means not grinding like I must win.
Right.
I don't know. It's interesting. It certainly might help Chris Paul temper his temper.
So, the Clippers are shooting 35% and have 58 points in the fourth quarter of a playoff game and are only down 8 points. So, yeah. Arash Markazi.
Yeah.
And then David Locke, the Jazz were plus 12 with CP3 on the bench.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, CP3 is that guy. You know those commercials for the real people in a room, and they're like, "What if I were to tell you that there's a car?" And they drive the car in, the wall moves out, and it's like a Toyota thing.
Right.
But my sister-in-law was in one of those.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and she's not an actress. They are real people. Oh, I love this. I love these guys. You ever go to a Harlem Globetrotters game?
Oh, look, it's your competition, Larry Cohn and Nate Duncan.
Larry is on with Nate right now.
Mm-hmm.
We should. Why don't we Periscope watching them? Well, that's interesting because I guess Larry must be up in the Bay Area. I want to check that out. Actually, I'll do that on Periscope. Oh no! Right now it's not.
Doesn't this
It's not
guy,
Larry Coon. It's Danny LaRue.
Wasn't Quinn Snyder the bad guy in The Untouchables? Do you remember
He certainly
Kevin
could be.
Costner movie, The Untouchables?
Yeah, no, it's shot in Chicago.
I'll show you
They beat up one of our guys. We put one of them in the morgue. That's the Chicago way. No, is this what you're talking about? This guy.
Yes.
That's
I thought I saw it as The Untouchables.
Yeah, no, what's Danny? So let's share this out. Let's tell everyone we're still here. All right. It's weird not being on Twitter all night.
Think of how much you'll have to look into later.
Is JJ the best catch and shoot player today? Corver's up there. Gosh, who else does it? Yeah, he's probably. Welcome, everybody. Why don't players run elevator more with Reddick? I have no idea. Elevator is one of those nice plays you can run. Did they just run it? I feel like I just saw it without even looking at it closely. You get away with it like once, twice a game. You can't do it too often, I don't think. But you're right. They should run it out of a timeout as an automatic at certain times of the game. Hood, feeling good. Feeling good, Lewis. No, looking good, Lewis.
Feeling good, Billy Ray.
Oh, I go to the original. Feeling good, Todd. Constance Fry.
That's Billy Drago in The Untouchables.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I got you. Good pull. And welcome everybody who's joining us now to the live in the B-Ball Breakdown Studios, as we just tweeted it out. And
are we surging?
Surging in here, yes. I have John Henson with us from Talk Soup and from Wipeout. And also, you're performing Friday night?
Friday night at the Laugh Factory.
2 drink minimum?
Kevin Nealon, 10 p.m. show. A couple other guys going to be awesome.
Kevin Nealon. How's he doing these days?
He's great, man. Kevin Nealon and I wrote a movie together in the year 2000. He was a lot of fun.
You know, he was in one of my favorite sketches on Saturday Night Live when they were all at a nudist colony. Do you remember that one? No? And they're all nude and they have a thing and he just walked up to the guy and goes, "Hey, how's it going, Jerry? Nice penis." "Oh, thanks. Nice penis, whatever." And then that's the whole gag was like that. And then they're going back and forth and I'll never forget it.
We did a pixelation bit, I think, on Talk Soup where we were naked and everybody's standing there, and then I come into frame and my pixelation goes down like my knee, you know?
Oh, yeah. Nice.
It's a family show, I know. I'm upsetting people.
Oh, uh-oh. Wait, what do they say?
It's a family show, somebody said.
Oh. How often do NBA teams run sets and how much do they freelance? I ask every NBA coach that I meet or run into that same question. And I want a ratio, and I rarely get the answer. Maybe they don't know, but I would say that most teams out of every timeout will call a play. Like the Warriors, for instance. So that's a reverse elevator. Did you see that? They blew it up. So the Jazz just try to run a reverse elevator where they set the screen, and the guy try to run through it going toward the basket, which I love. And then Gobert snuck through there. So anyway, like the Warriors, for instance, every timeout, every stoppage to play, they're calling a play. Other than that, it's pretty much motion, just organic. But a guy like Rick Carlisle calls plays almost every single play. And I think I don't even like when he does that. So,
I mean, that's sort of the different style of coaches, right? Who are other coaches that are famous for, dominating calls all the time? Like, I'm trying to think.
For controlling the action?
Yeah, just, constantly screaming at the guard for not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Carlisle is the poster boy. Wow. So Chris Paul nailing the big three, and that's huge. His shooting.
Ballmer seems like a good owner.
Horns.
Thibodeau?
Yeah, Thibodeau's probably a guy who's controlling like that. All right, now what? Really good defense. Oh, great split.
Wow. Oh, that was a beautiful play. It just didn't drop.
Yeah. Now that was a nice sequence by both teams.
It's interesting to have Felton out there at the same time with Paul,
Yeah, they like to have another point guard in with Paul.
Damn, that's 2 back-to-back tie game.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. And by the way, that's the difference.
Look at the smoke show behind the coach. Did you see that?
I heard it was behind Ballmer. You're saying it's behind the coach?
Oh, no, sorry.
Behind Billy Crystal, you mean?
Because that's his daughter. I wasn't, it was all in my peripheral anyway.
I'm sure that's his daughter. I used to do that, by the way. I would, whenever you'd see someone in the crowd like that, and I would frame it like you see the coach and I cut his head in half. I'm like, Coach is really looking good tonight, or whatever. And I got, I can't do that anymore.
Rebecca Harlow, maybe the best-looking sideline reporter in the NBA.
I don't know which one she is.
Rebecca Harlow for the Knicks? Jesus. It's painful.
I'll take your word for it. Is Doc Rivers the most overrated coach?
Depends if you ask Doc Rivers, the GM.
Yes, is he? They're both troubled. I think that he is overrated. I will go on record. I think
He's a better coach than a GM.
Yeah. Although, listen, getting Spates and getting Felton were good moves this year.
Yeah, but over the balance of his tenure, he has made some terrible.
He has. He's put himself in some really bad holes. Who's going to win MVP, Finals MVP, assuming it's Cavs versus Warriors? Probably maybe KD.
Yeah. By the way, you're right, Rebecca Harlow. I'm not saying her interviews are great. I'm just saying she's very easy to look at.
Nothing wrong with that.
If you can't get here, just look for one of our postcards. We send them all over.
Don't discount Iggy again. I think that's a once in a lifetime thing that he got it. Someone's got to play better than that. What?
She was a big fan of Talk Soup. Dude,
Doug Gottlieb.
When I was on Talk Soup, Rebecca Harlow was about 8 years old.
All right. Well, Doug Gottlieb just said he wants to come over for a night of hoops. I wonder if he's in reference to your idea.
All right.
About that.
Why not, dude? I'm telling you, I think we're onto something.
Right. Is this in reference to John? Although he's too good for your idea.
You prefer the Warriors sideline reporter over Harlow? I gotta see her. Send me a picture. What's her name? Our horns being used less in the playoffs. Who gives the Warriors more trouble next round? Rosalind Gold? Onwood? Who do you think gives the Warriors the most trouble in the next round?
Oh, the next round it's going to be between these two teams?
Yeah.
I don't think either of them are going to give them any trouble at all. Right? I think they're each going to have trouble scoring.
It sort of feels like the Warriors are playing against themselves.
Yeah,
right?
the Clippers would give them more trouble, I think. I don't know. I just don't know if the Jazz. I think the Jazz get shut down offensively. I think the Warriors can shut the Jazz down offensively.
Rosalind Gold, Onwood, half Jewish, half Nigerian, sideline reporter all right.
She's up north. She's in the Bay Area. Yeah,
I'm all about that. I like that combo.
Yeah, she's good too.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, that she knows basketball.
Yeah, I'm aware of her. I don't know many because I don't watch that stuff. I'm always busy fast forwarding when I only need just the game, so I don't see I don't hear the reporters or hear the play-by-play guys much.
Oh, she's from Queens.
Rodney Hood, mama. Utah is trying to take control of this game right now.
Yeah, it's
John.
unbelievable that the momentum would swing back after 2 back-to-back threes by CP3.
Yeah, at home. The crowd is eerily silent.
No, I did not ever try the wipeout course. Every day that I showed up to work, I saw a series of very convincing arguments to never
not do it.
attempt that course.
Was it the same course all the time?
Jill Wagner. Good Lord, that woman is unbelievable. Built like a superhero. It's ridiculous. Good chick, too. Getting married. Getting married here in April. She might be married already. I just talked to her a few weeks ago. Wags. Love that girl. She's like a sister to me. Bummer, yeah. Well, you don't have a shot, dude. Does Doc get sacked after this? If they lose, do you think Doc...
He can. I mean, I guess Ballmer would fire him, but he's his own boss, right?
Well, I mean, if the owner wants you out, he wants you out. He's got to pay him out on 2 different contracts, right?
Yeah.
How many years left does he have? Oh!
Well, there's the Gordon Hayward that
Yeah.
people all love and respect. Now, Jingles, look, they know the play.
I think
They were going to run. You see that? They were running the Spain pick and roll. They were going to screen DeAndre Jordan's man, and they called it out. I didn't quite see. They ended up not screening there. I guess they must have gotten in a better position.
Coach, what you feeling on Exum? Not a big fan, like Wall with a worse jumper. Interesting. Yeah, Exum was sort of fool's gold in that draft. People were talking about him going, as high as number 2. And
well, he never played. We never got a chance to see him play against any real competition. It felt like, and now we are, and here we are.
Yeah.
I think he could be serviceable, but I bet his confidence is shot. The physical stuff is really too bad.
God dang, Gordon Hayward. Cavs D good enough in 7 games against the Raps or Bucks. Interesting.
No, the Cavs D is not good enough. It's going to be the offense that's going to do it for him. Although every once in a while, we started to see a little bit of signs of the Cavs defense getting better. So I would be a little bit encouraged that the switch is being flipped. But again, it's not even like LeBron. LeBron can do it, turn it on whenever he wants to. It's the rest of the team.
Right. By the way, guy made an interesting comment. Giannis never played about real competition before the NBA. He just, I guess, has the physical gifts,
Yeah. Right. And by the way, right, Exum as well. But now that we see the deal with Exum,
right,
it's like, oh.
Biggest threat to the Cavs today is the biggest threat to the Cavs today. I mean, I feel like the Cavs are pretty flimsy right now. You know what I mean? Their play has been very shaky in the last 25% of the season. They've looked like like a middle seed.
So, but no one else has really sparked my they're really playing.
Well, it's just that Put it this way: if the Cavs were in the West, they would not get out of the second round.
Those are strong words.
Depending on the seeding. I mean, you think they would be able to get by both, because either they'd be playing Golden State or they'd be playing maybe the Spurs
or the Rockets,
No,
you're right. I don't think they'd be any of those 3 teams. Although with LeBron, you can't ever count him out, but look at this.
Damn.
Little pocket pass from Jingles to Gobert. Again, nice hands. He caught it clean.
Right.
Flushed it to the flushed it down. Really good
sure
stuff.
He'll be relieved when he hears after the game that you gave him a little credit.
Maybe I was wrong. Wow. Are you kidding me? That's an impossible shot that Redick just hit. Full speed to his right.
Yeah. He hits that coming off that curl to his right, moving to his right a lot.
So hard. You got to rotate in the air to get the line. I mean, it's 24 feet. I mean, geez.
Ooh, did he just take a charge? No,
nope.
He blocked.
But look at that. Gobert caught it, ripped through, dribbled the ball. Wow, he just about got it, too.
Mm-hmm.
See how high he made him throw that lob? That's insane.
Dude, you realize we're getting ready to close out how many games?
3?
3 games in one night.
Yeah, luckily we started a little bit late.
We literally just quadrupled our previous record, right? We went from 1 to 4.
3.
Yeah, but I'm saying we had 1 game before, and now we'll have a total of 4.
Oh, a total of 4. Yes. I was told there'd be no math.
Apparently, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
You better let me do the math on this new middle-aged league we're putting together.
Yeah, for sure. Because I don't know how much we should charge either, or I should charge. We should charge. You're a partner in this, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Or are you going to be not only the president? I'm a member. Look at that.
Better
Chris
be
Paul.
the first fucking member. You better pay for my meniscus surgery when I blow out my knee.
Yeah, well, make sure they don't they repair it and not remove it.
They actually did. They just I had a meniscectomy on my right knee.
They took it out?
No, they just took out the flap. You know, I had a bucket handle tear, loose flap in the middle, displaced.
Oh. This is big. This is a very big possession.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Johnson gets it.
This is really for the. You think about it. This is kind of like for the series here.
Yeah, a little bit, right?
Joe Johnson.
How many big fucking shots has he hit?
John, when are you in the front row again?
Oh, dude, I was on the. Yeah, I had front row ticket. You know what? Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. My buddy Gunner, the guy that gave me the tickets to the Clippers Knicks, I sat on the court, and I was at the gym with him today, and he said, oh, dude, I should have taken you to the game tonight. And I said, I'm supposed to live stream this game, but I'll drop it in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah, you should. I mean, remember, I did that to you.
Yes, you did, and don't think I don't remember it. That was
well,
in my
hey,
mind.
when you have an opportunity to sit with Jeannie Buss, you know, we gotta take that.
Yeah, Jeannie Buss wrote me about my letter to the about the Knicks. You know that?
You might have mentioned that, but okay, cool.
Sure.
She's that's really great. She's a very nice lady.
Said it made her cry.
Oh yeah.
Legitimately, called me an advocate for all sports fans.
You
My
didn't, by the
open
way,
letter to the New York Daily News.
You didn't tell me how the Isola radio show bit went.
You know, he and I made our peace, dude. I originally from the New York area. Yeah, I grew up in Connecticut and I lived in New York for many, many years before I moved out to LA. He and I made our peace. We went at it a little bit on Twitter after I put my letter out, and it kind of made the rounds, went a little viral, and he came at me a little bit. And then he crossed over to DM. He followed me, and we started DMing, and we had a little bit of a détente, and found I think a begrudging respect for each other. And he was really kind, dude. I was doing Mohegan Sun in Connecticut, the casino, and he was like, "When you're out here, we will, you'll do the show." And sure enough, he followed through, and I called in, and, he set Scalabrini up to come after me. You know, Frank played the good guy, and Scalabrini and I went at it a little bit. But it was fun. It was a nice experience. I will say that Stefan Bondi has come at me a few times on Twitter in the last month. And that guy's just a fucking dick, dude. He's a dick to everybody that comes at him on Twitter. He's made a bunch of homophobic comments to buddies of mine on Twitter. He's
really?
Yeah, he's an asshole. He's an asshole.
Right.
And I've had to ether him a couple times.
That's too bad. He's a friend of the program. He's come on the show.
Is that right? Well, too bad.
You know,
he's a dick.
Oh well, sorry, Stefan, but Twitter brings out the worst in people sometimes.
He's just he is like a bully to the fan base, man, and it strikes me as hypocritical that a guy who criticizes so much in his writing is so fucking hypersensitive that he throws a hissy fit if somebody challenges us.
Right, and I guess his dad was a writer there as well,
mm-hmm.
Huh? There's James L. Brooks, probably one of the greatest directors of our time.
Steph's gonna play till he's 40. Are you crazy?
Oh, with the way he plays, I mean, he should have a nice long career. Isaiah Thomas carries the ball all the time. Yeah, I mean, I had a little viral video the other day where you saw Hoiberg go off about the carrying that Isaiah Thomas is doing. So I examined some of those shots. He had one play where he crossed over and then put it in both hands and then kept going. And
jeez.
It wasn't
the
like
carry and the double dribble in one play.
Yeah, and they didn't call it. It wasn't part of the attack, so it was like a ho-hum, like nothing happened. But it was kind of startling when I saw that.
I feel like a lot of guys carry in the backcourt.
Right, it's like they're not being guarded strongly, or they might travel, but. You guys hear Rondo wants to try to play through his injury and come back Game 6. Well, based on how the Bulls have played without him, I can see why he'd want to do that.
How about Rondo trying to trip? Who did he try to trip?
I didn't see that. When did he do that?
You didn't see that?
No.
Holy shit. Bondi, what is it? Bondi criticized what? Hockey? Rondo was sitting on the bench, and somebody was, like Jay Crowder was stepping over him, and he lifted his leg. He got fined, thousands of dollars for it.
Huh. Okay.
Hey, what's up, Lawrence? My buddy Lawrence is on. What's happening, dude? Lawrence Chung is a great fucking follower. He's a great follow on Twitter, dude.
Oh, Rodney Hood Mama. That might be the death knell right there for the
Larry
Clippers.
David tripped Shaq. Yes, I do remember that. Oh! So
wow,
strong.
they were trying to hack him and they couldn't. Let's see when they hacked him. Oh, no, it's way late. Yeah, he was already up. Good for you, righty layup. I'm telling you, there's a serviceable scoring low post big man there.
You think?
Yeah. He
You have
just
to
needs
work with him
opportunities.
for a summer or two?
I think he's got it. We've seen it. He just needs opportunities. He never gets the ball down there. I mean, part of the problem is they're going to foul him, and that's, the issue's got to solve too. No. Oh my God.
I thought that went through.
Yeah. Well, 5 points.
Would Blake have made a big difference in this game?
He would have made a difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would have changed a lot in the terms of the rotations and the way he is, putting his personnel on the floor, certainly. I don't know if it would have been good or bad, but it would have changed a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. The free throws are a problem. Yes, we're talking about DeAndre Jordan in that comment.
Is it with the DeAndre? Is it just the arc on his?
No, the release point is too high.
Yes, I have a lot of tattoos.
I feel like you're reading questions and answering questions to some other Periscope.
No, I have legitimately. I have.
I don't see anything about your
far
tattoos.
more tattoos than you would expect.
That was a comment here that I didn't see.
Yeah, Ron Koff, this dude follows me. He's a good guy.
How many play sets should I have if I'm coaching a high school team? I would think that, I was almost thinking about this the other day, like, what is it? Probably like 1 or 2 for each of your main players. So that's like 10, 11, 12. If you do 2 for each of your main, their top 5 players. That's all you kind of need if you're thinking about it that respect. That's how I would do it. Then again, every play I design would be like, have a lot of options. So it's almost like,
a lot of reads.
Yeah, it's a good one. Because remember, the worst part about you calling a play is that the other team takes away the one pass you're supposed to make, and then no one knows what to do. You have to be able to have the flow.
I miss MVP caliber Blake. I'm not sure I ever remember MVP caliber.
There was moments when Chris Paul went out and he was like the point forward guy. That was great, Blake. Wow, Red Egg missed a free throw.
Look at Doc is like, holy shit. One day you and Coach will talk about our Knicks like this. That's right, Lawrence.
He's got James L. Brooks has Simpsons money, but you got his overall what's the word? Oeuvre?
His oeuvre
is yeah. I mean, in terms of endearment, is such a good movie.
So hard to watch.
Yeah. We don't want to ruin it for anybody, do we?
It just bums me out, man.
How they all die at the end? No. Anyway, all right, here we go. Oh, so they do a little inverted pick and roll
After
with the
Blake
point guard.
and CP3 leave, the DeAndre will have a lot of
Look,
opportunity.
they're trying to get J.J. Redick involved in the pick and roll there, and they kind of gave it up. Now Rodney Hood is going to have to.
Somebody asking who your MVP pick is. I assume you're going Harden, or do you think
Me.
Russ deserves it?
I don't know. I've gone back and forth. I know that Russ will win it. I was leaning toward Harden for a long time, but you know what? I think I might want to go to Kawhi. And part of me, it might be influenced by what happened in the playoffs, which you're not supposed to be influenced by right now. But I don't know. It would be either Harden or Kawhi. Who was yours?
Well, I mean, look, there's a couple of ways to skin this, right? I mean, if you're talking about the most valuable player to his team, if you took Russ off of the Thunder, they would be a 21-win team.
You really?
You know what I mean?
You think he gave them 25 wins?
They 31-win team. I think he gave them 15 wins.
I mean, are you replacing with a league average point guard, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole idea, like the VORP, whatever. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's weird because it's just everything changes. It's hard to know that.
I mean, I think Houston has a more talented supporting cast around Harden than Russ has around him in OKC.
But I think that OKC's supporting cast deserves more credit than they get.
That may be the case, but I still think the balance of the team is better on the Spurs and Houston than it is on OKC.
Right. Now, by the way,
maybe not by the disparity that everybody thinks. But.
Right. And by the way, once you get past Kawhi and like LaMarcus Aldridge, like it drops off for the Spurs. But their system is there, right? And the way they operate makes everyone better. Mm-hmm. And that's what they don't do in OKC. And maybe that wouldn't work, but I would like to see them try it at least. That's what's frustrating. It's like they just sort of dismiss him, like, oh, these guys are not going to be able to do it. Russ, we're getting you triple doubles, and but they're a good defensive ball club. Adams is good. Kanter is really good offensively. Oladipo had his best year ever.
Right.
There's pieces there, and they all fit really well around him. All right, last minute, down by 5. What are they going to do?
Coach Pop could win 50 games with that guy starting at power forward or small forward.
All right, look at the off-foot layup by J.J. Redick. Can the Jazz hang on here? Are they getting sphincteritis, like I like to call it? So another Joe Johnson. Okay, that's what they want. They want to get us an ISO with. So not a good pass. Jump ball. Look at it. Chris Paul won't let go. Oh, and he pushed him. They might tee him up for that. Quite honestly, Gordon Hayward had the ball, right, and Chris Paul was behind him, sort of. I'm going to hold my ball. Look, so Hayward has it, right? So he's just trying to be, watch. A little, not a big, a little bit.
Yeah, that's bad.
It's kind of funny. It's entertaining. I've never
Kelly
seen anything like that.
followed tonight.
All right. Damn it, Kelly.
A Bleacher.
Yeah, Kelly is a contributor to B-Ball Breakdown.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. We go way back. So, here we go. This is exciting, guys. Let's get hyped. Are you hyped for the last 40 seconds of this great game?
Absolutely.
It
might be the last time that, I was going to say the only time that we saw a game this tight in the last few seconds. But no, we've seen a couple tight ones, right?
Yeah. Okay. So now they got a 4-point lead or 5-point lead. That's 2 possessions. The Clippers have a perfect 2 for 1, but they can't waste any time. How many timeouts do they have? The Clippers only have 1 timeout left. That's going to hurt.
Would you pull up for a 3 or would you drive and kick?
Yeah, I would probably go for the 2. Maybe if the 3 kind of avails itself, you can kick it out for the quick one. But
right, here we go.
I think you're attacking the hoop here.
Whoa!
They have a foul to give. Okay, so now Right. Because now the Clippers can press. All sorts of things could happen here.
This is interesting because, like you said, it does sort of feel like
yeah, the neighbors are not complaining. We are insulated.
You're sledding uphill if you lose this game. You know what I mean? If you're the Clippers.
Oh yeah, going back to Utah. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you're not only are you losing Game 5, but you're losing Game 5 at home.
Oh yeah, this is bad. Like they lose this and they lose in 6 to Utah
without Griffin.
Yeah, well, that is always the one caveat. They're going to be able to, sort of
hide
behind
they're not.
That. Oh, they are. Are they pressing? Wait. All right.
Felton pressing. DNF WRF.
All right, here comes the pick and roll.
Oh, pure! You knew it from the moment it left his hands.
Yep. It didn't. It felt good.
It looked good the moment it came away from his fingertips.
I mean, the net just rips. Well, I think that's going to be it for the Clippers. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you foul if you are the Jazz? No, not. They're up by 5?
Yeah.
No, you don't need to foul. What you want to try and do is slow them down a little bit so they have to take 10 seconds off before they score.
Will DeAndre be the main guy if CP3 and Griffin both leave? Not if they can get somebody else.
Right. But, yeah, I mean, he's never going to be like the main guy either way. I mean, if he was, they'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Joe Johnson is richer than James L. Brooks. I don't know. Is that true? I mean, Joe Johnson's had at least 2 huge contracts.
Yeah, 2 maxes, right?
So, yeah, so he might.
He had $200 million contract.
But here's the thing. James Brooks gets like residuals.
The first one might not have been $100 million, but
you're right. But James Brooks has been in business for 40 years and getting residuals.
Yeah.
So that's hard. It's hard. It's interesting.
Yeah, put it this way. I don't know that the loser of that competition feels real bad.
They can afford to go to this nutritionist guy you're talking about.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, that guy will change your fucking program.
All right, 2 for 1. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 18 seconds now. Gotta go quick. All right.
Wow. Foul on Gobert. That was kind of stupid, right? Way far away from the basket.
And he's saying all ball. What's he doing reaching in on Chris Paul? It kind of looked a little clean, by the way. But like, you just keep your hand out of the cookie jar, keep it up, ready to contest. Let the clock run. It's dumb. He's not going to miss this one the second one on purpose, is he? Let's see. Cut it to 4. They don't look like they're ready if he's going to. Does anyone care about the Hawks Bullets? I don't know. I'm having a hard time getting into that series for some reason.
So now you what? You have him hit it and then foul right away?
No, yeah, you do that or you miss on purpose and whatever, but yeah.
But that's my question. Between the two, you'd hit it and have him foul.
Oh,
right? Because theoretically you could have another couple
3
of possessions before you get to that point.
Yeah. Or at least 1, right? Well, let's see. Because, they could foul with, there'll be 13 and a half left, 13. And then, there's still plenty of possessions left.
I feel like that's a desperation and miss it and go, unless you had 6 seconds left, 5 seconds.
I mean,
left.
right. I mean, if it got to
so
6, that's the problem. It's also the gap. It's not like you're down 3. It's like, you need, but yeah. I mean, heck, sometimes you're not ready for it, right? And you kind of sneak it in there like a quick kick. But one of my buddies is a real the stat guy who studies all the possession-based stuff and what you should and what you shouldn't do, when you should start fouling, and these coaches tend to start fouling way too late, according to him and what he's seen in the research.
Really?
Yeah, it's like you're down 6 with 40 seconds to go. You got to start fouling. Then you're just going to run out of possessions. but no one does that.
Clips not having any timeouts is a tragedy.
I kind of miss when they
Our
called them
locals.
and why they were called, because that's obviously, yeah, you got to look at that and wonder why it took that long. Oh, what was that? Oh, well. All right, well, we're here at the bitter end with everybody still hanging out with us. All right, let's see what's going on here. They have to get the ball in, not turn it over. And they have 2 timeouts left. So yeah, the Clippers have no timeouts. This is pretty much it. They get the ball in here. That's it. Ingles missed it. The first cut was open. There wasn't really good spacing either. Yeah, it's been a fun game, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
How about some respect for the guy working the cameras? Yes, big respect to Kingston over there. We've got a chance to see him in between the other shots for a second there. Thank you so much for everything that you did tonight. Really cool stuff.
Dude, Kingston was probably the most valuable player of this team.
Yeah, I think so. And then me.
Far more valuable.
All right. I'll take second, and then you can answer. So,
Kawhi or LeBron? Today? Kawhi.
Yeah. But, well, yeah. I mean, if it's this season, one season only, whatever, right now, I guess you could take LeBron. But you're going to have Kawhi for the next 8 years.
Big balls is right, pal.
Right. Look at that group of 5 people standing up on the sideline like douches. Now, they're talking about changing that rule where you're not allowed to inbound into the backcourt, which would have made that much more interesting. So that's about it, guys. Without any more timeouts, the Clippers, I mean,
now you're
the only
hoping
question
for
is,
something very, very strange.
yeah, I mean, Utah doesn't want to foul them, but they gotta just make them take 5 seconds before they shoot it, and then then it'll just be over.
For as professional as George Hill and Paul George are, how hard must it have been for them to deal with Lance Stevenson?
Lance gave them a huge spark, I gotta tell you.
He was great then, but man, has it fucking...
No, I'm talking about in the last couple games.
Well,
but he joined the team late. Yeah, I don't know. It was weird how he somehow sparked some sort of resurgence. Because I don't think, I mean, he was out of the league. He was literally playing Nintendo, whatever he was doing.
did he really get 12 mil, Lance? For this season? Is that right?
It's really
Crazy.
He only played for a handful of games, right?
3-year deal, okay. Well, all right, that makes sense.
Wait, how much you get? 12 for 3?
Yeah. $4 million a year. I can see your questions, dude.
Should the NBA look to ban the Harden arm scoop? Ronnie Nunn and I are going to talk about that. We're going to have a big breakdown on it this week about those fouls he's getting. And I think we'll come up with something there and answer that on that. So stay tuned for that.
Is Lance only allowed to be good on the Pacers? It's a valid question. And the fucking thing is, that guy left the Pacers for $300,000 more a year. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, that was
All right. That's a game.
Right.
Coach Nick's falling asleep. Kingston's probably going to a rave, going to some club.
I
Meeting
mean,
a 19-year-old girl. Wow.
well, Chris Paul isn't going down lightly.
It's got to be hard to be a guy that's that competitive, hits that shot, and still knows that it's probably all for nothing.
We shall see. Crazier things have happened. Reggie Miller. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey.
Let's see what we got going here. Yeah, I mean, it's late across the country here.
Never?
Yep, and they're never thing.
Your dad's a genius. Dad, the king.
Now, yeah, and by the way, I think we need to get, we had like a third person in here too. I think that might be,
We were talking about getting somebody in here.
yeah, that might be another thing we could try. We certainly have room. I know Coach Dave wants to get out here.
Yeah, I'm going to check out that Golden State Sideline Reporter, dude. Thank you for the heads up.
Hey, if there's one thing that you got out of this whole thing tonight.
That shot sums up CP3's career.
Oh, wow.
Dude, thanks for stopping by, brother. That guy's turning in the dude that gave us the Golden State Sideline Reporter.
I'm sure everyone else is too.
Dude, I can barely hold my eyes open.
I hear you.
But I feel now, with 4 seconds left, like it's a moral obligation to close out the game.
It is. It's an imperative.
I'm going to look her up right now.
Well, you didn't do it? I thought you did already.
No.
Wow. There's just not enough time.
Holy shit, she stopped.
Let me see. Right. That's
She's
it.
a little manly, though. I think I'm still
Don't
going to
fall!
go.
Don't fall! Wow. Who's that?
Rebecca Harlow.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, okay is the right response.
All right, well, let's wrap this up, John.
All right, guys. Listen, I think we've covered a lot of important stuff here tonight. Number one, we're all going to eat better. We're going to drink more water. Second, we're launching a league for uncoordinated, out-of-shape, middle-aged men. Third of all, most importantly, Stefan Bondi's a dick. Third of all, did I mention Steph? Oh, that guy did. And I think we fucking rocked out 3 great games.
We absolutely did. This was a lot of fun, a lot of laughs, a lot of. We definitely got through some things. Oh, there
That's
she
her.
is. Well, there you go. And we had some really incredible games, some very exciting stuff. I can't thank you enough for joining us. Amazing stuff here. We're going to be doing this again, right? We're going to
Absolutely.
get you back in here in the Man Cave, and we'll get maybe some other guest stars to join us as well if we can, and we'll see how that goes. But
Come see me Friday night at the Laugh Factory, 10 p.m. show.
that's right. Is that a 2-drink minimum?
It is a 2-drink minimum, my friend, for you 3.
Okay, not a problem. I can handle that. So, don't forget, sports fans, the P-Ball Breakdown. We're not a channel. We're a conversation. You in? Are you in, John?
I am. I'm in the car on the way home.
All right.